Anyone who's not done an audio video test, please turn on their video and raise their hand, please. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning. Everything okay?
Yep, audio and video sound good. You're good to go, sir.
Alrighty.
McKissick, does it sound like my audio's okay?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Thank you.
Anyone who wants to test their audio video, please turn on their video and raise their hand. Last chance, I think.
All right, Joanne, just checking in with you. All right, perfect. Thank you, ma'am. All right, good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock. Let's go on the record, please. Any preliminary matters to consider before we get started this morning?
Madam Chair, Diana Downey.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Downey.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell and Commissioners. We're coming up on the public staff witnesses and wanted to make the chair and the parties aware of a timing conflict related to one of our panels and just make a request so that it's unlikely that we will reach Garrett and Moore today, but Mr. Moore is scheduled to appear at the hearing this afternoon for just this afternoon in another matter that's been put off until today. If we do get to Garrett Moore this afternoon, public staff is prepared to move to our next panel and request that Garrett Moore be moved to tomorrow morning. But if we don't even get there, we don't have to worry about it, but I just wanted to raise that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Downey. Any additional matters for my consideration before we begin? All right, hearing none, we will return to NCSEA witness Barnes. I believe we were with questions on commissioners' questions. Any questions on commissioners' questions?
I had a couple of questions.
Is that Ms. Edmondson?
Yes.
Ms. Edmondson, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Barnes. Lucy Edmondson with the public staff. Mr. Barnes, do you agree that there is value to capacity in all hours?
That's an interesting question. There is a certain amount of value to having, base load capacity, not just capacity that's available, say, only during peak times. Traditionally, though, we assign a value of capacity, or we assign, responsibility for costs based on contribution to, some measure of peak load, though.
Do you agree that some value should be allocated to off-peak loads?
From from simply a kind of a cost allocation standpoint, is that your question?
Yes.
I guess it depends on system conditions and exactly kind of how there are different ways in which you might attribute some level of cost responsibility to off-peak load. Which one you choose depends on the circumstances and the system conditions, though.
Are you advocating that EV rates should not be allocated any existing rate-based cost?
Well, my specific recommendations on, my specific recommendations were based on existing rates. So modifications of existing rates, such as OPTV. Less clear exactly how you would do it from the standpoint of residential rates, but since those existing rates include embedded costs, simply translating them or modifying them in the way that I suggested, would kind of automatically account for the fact that you do have embedded costs. So it wouldn't be strictly kind of marginal cost-based pricing if you're utilizing existing rates.
Another question, aren't there some incremental investments beyond the meter that will be required to serve this additional load?
I think it depends, there certainly could be. It depends on, the specifics of that additional load as to what those costs might be. It's certainly plausible that if a, say, residential customer installs a certain size level 2 charger, they could, exceed their existing service entrance capacity and potentially have to, have that replaced or exceed the transformer capacity or, cause some form of upgrade to be incurred. It's certainly also possible that if you're thinking about larger loads, DCFC chargers, especially say concentrations of them, that you could certainly have impacts on, say, like the primary distribution system from loads of that type that are not maybe strictly speaking kind of customer specific, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So yeah, it's certainly plausible there could be, say, additional distribution costs that would be presumably recovered through rates.
How would you recover those?
Well, the specific recommendation I had for non-residential customers was that the existing on-peak demand rates be translated to volumetric rates. And what that would accomplish is, one, mitigating the effects of demand charges on, relatively low utilization rate stations. Two, making the charges effectively kind of based on average contribution to load during peak periods. Now, I did not suggest that the economy demand charge, which is present in OPTV and which I interpret as kind of like basically it's a non-coincident distribution demand charge. I did not recommend that that be translated into a volumetric rate. So just to kind of make that clear, you would still have this kind of demand rate component for facilities in close proximity to the customer, whereas your kind of more system level demand costs would be assigned through a volumetric rather than an on-peak demand rate.
Have you done any analysis of the cost and revenue curves associated with the incremental load of EVs?
No, I have not.
And how do you propose the incremental cost and revenues associated with the load of EVs be recovered?
Well, I suppose you don't know, right off, kind of right at the start, if we assume, we don't know exactly how much EV load we're going to have. We don't exactly know how much the costs are going to differ, say, from embedded rates. I think you could possibly track it and true it up as we do in, many other ways in a rate case, or, I'm not sure what the kind of regulatory, rate making implications are of tracking it kind of like in a programmatic way and possibly establishing some form of other kind of like review and true up. I suppose that's one possibility. But I would imagine that, existing mechanisms such as rate cases kind of function as true ups as well.
And my last question, you're familiar with Mr. Floyd's proposal for a rate study. If we didn't create an EV rate here, but what would you think if we were able to do the rate study and prioritize development of EV rate in that rate study?
I would certainly be supportive of if we didn't, adopt an EV rate here, that EV rates be prioritized. I can, not knowing what the timeline is or what prioritization means, I guess I'm a little bit reluctant to venture an opinion on, a very specific kind of, I approve of that approach. But yes, in principle, expediting is better than not expediting.
All right, thank you.
All right, additional questions on commissioners' questions?
Chair Mitchell, this is David Neal.
Mr. Neal, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Barnes.
Good morning.
Just a quick follow-up on a part of your conversation with Commissioner Clodfelter around the same issue that you were just talking about in terms of timing of adopting new rates. You are familiar with the pending Duke Energy Carolinas electric transportation pilot in docket E7 sub 1195, correct?
I am somewhat familiar insofar as I've reviewed it. I was most specifically kind of looking at, rate proposals and whether there were or were not rate proposals, but I'm fairly conversant, I would say.
Would you agree that one way to address the timing concern that you've expressed would be for the commission to order adoption of pilot EV specific rates in the ET pilot itself?
I'm not sure if I would refer to them as pilots, but that's, I guess, one procedural venue. Whether or not that's kind of procedurally appropriate, I don't know, but it's, it is one opportunity to take a bite of the apple, I suppose.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair Mitchell.
Okay, additional questions on commissioners' questions?
Chair Mitchell, this is Molly Jagannathan for the company. We don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Smith, any questions from NCSEA?
No questions from NCSEA.
Okay. All right. With that, Mr. Barnes, I believe you are off the hook for now, and you may step down. Do I need to entertain any motions, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair, as this concludes Mr. Barnes' testimony in the Duke Energy Carolinas rate case, I'd move that his eight exhibits, which were included with this pre-filed direct testimony, be admitted into the evidence for this case.
All right, Mr. Smith, hearing no objection to your motion, it is allowed. All right, Mr. Barnes, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, we are now with the Sierra Club.
Good morning, Kathy Crawley-Jones on behalf of the Sierra Club. Good morning, Chair Mitchell and Commissioners.
Good morning, Ms. Crawley-Jones. You may call your witnesses.
Sierra Club calls Mr. Mark Quarls to the stand.
All right, Mr. Quarles, there you are. Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? You affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Crawley-Jones.
Mr. Quarls, could you please state your full name and business address?
My name is Mark Anthony Quarles. My business address is 1616 Westgate Circle, Brentwood, Tennessee.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a branch manager and senior consultant for BBJ Group.
On February 18th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 34?
I did.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Do you have any changes or corrections?
Ms. Crawley-Jones, you trailed off at the end. I believe you said 34 pages. Is that correct?
Consisting of 34 pages and 4 exhibits.
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
I do not.
And if I ask you the same questions again here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. Quarles, did you also prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
I did.
Chair Mitchell, that summary was served and filed per the commission order. At this time, we ask that Mr. Quarles' pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 34 pages and the summary of his testimony be moved into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that pre-filed Sierra Club Quarles Exhibit 1 through 4 be marked for identification as pre-marked.
All right, Mr. Quarles, pre-filed testimony will be copied into the record as if delivered orally from the stand, as will his summary that has been provided to the parties as well as the commission. The exhibits to his pre-filed testimony will be marked as they were when pre-filed.
Mr. Quarles is available for cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Ms. Crawley-Jones. Public staff, you're up first.
The public staff has no questions.
Okay, Attorney General's office.
No questions, Chair Mitchell.
All right, Duke.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell. It's Kiran Mehta, and I do have a few questions.
Okay, please proceed, Mr. Mehta.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good morning, Mr. Quarles.
Good morning.
Mr. Quarles, the purpose of your testimony, as I understand it, and I'll just paraphrase, is to determine when, and you emphasize in your testimony the word when, Duke Energy Carolinas knew or should have known that environmental contamination was likely due to storage and disposal of coal ash in unlined basins. Did I capture the purpose of your testimony correctly?
You did.
What do you mean by the term, quote, contamination, Mr. Quarles?
Contamination relates to 2L standards. It could also relate to any constituent concentration above naturally occurring background.
So the way you use the term, it's essentially an increase over naturally occurring background and or an exceedance of 2L standards.
So that is a common way of defining contamination. In fact, like in the CCR rule, the company is required to evaluate constituent concentrations over time relative to other wells and naturally occurring background wells.
And the CCR rule was promulgated in 2015, correct?
2015.
Now, on pages 3 and 4 of your testimony, you provide a list of the documents upon which you rely to inform your conclusion about when DEC knew or should have known about the likely impact of its ash storage in unlined ponds, correct?
That's correct.
And I wanted to ask you about a few of them. But let me first see if I can understand how you believe a reader today of these documents should understand and place into context something that was written, in some cases, decades ago. So first, Mr. Quarles, if you are attempting to assess what was known or understood at some earlier point in time, would you agree that you should refrain from applying today's knowledge to an evaluation of what was known and understood during the time period that you are assessing?
The reports that I cited and reviewed were reports that were available and published at the time by governmental agencies, by EPRI, by the industry, in terms of what was known and what was expected to happen in the future regarding coal combustion waste disposal.
I understand that, Mr. Quarles, but my question was slightly different, and let me try to restate it. If you are attempting today to assess what was known or understood at some earlier point in time, would you agree that you should refrain from applying today's knowledge to an evaluation of what was known and understood during that period of time? Rather, you should apply that period's knowledge about what was known and understood.
So I'm reviewing documents that were written in the late 70s, early 80s that were written at that time. And of course, I was not employed in a capacity as a scientist in the late 70s, early 80s. So my work was evaluating what was known at the time, and those documents describe what was known in terms of the risks associated with coal combustion waste disposal.
Well, I guess my question to you, Mr. Quarles, is as you read them today, are you reading them today through the lens of today, or are you reading them today applying the lens of the late 70s or the 1980s?
I'm reading them as a scientist, and what information that is available in the documents, putting myself in a position, if I was a consultant back in the 70s, or if I did work for the company back in the 70s, what kind of data would I find to be important to make decisions at that time?
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, Mr. Quarles, what you're trying to do is read the documents that were written in some cases, 30, 40 years ago, through somebody reading them at.
You trailed off.
Let me try it again. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Quarles, you are reading those documents, obviously in present day, but trying to read them through the lens of somebody who was reading them or would have been reading them back at the time that they were written and published and available for review by whoever was reading them. Did I capture that correctly?
Yes, you're reading them as if somebody was reading them back in the 70s and 80s, and what the conclusions and what the data set as a whole means.
Have you reviewed the testimony of Marcia Williams, Mr. Quarles?
I reviewed her rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, I think that might be the only testimony that well, I think she also had some supplemental rebuttal, but that deals with Mr. Hart, not you. On page 67 of her testimony, right at the top of the page,
Okay. Is this the PDF page or the hard copy page of the testimony?
Yes, it would be the hard copy page.
Okay.
And in her testimony, it's actually at the top of page 68, she references, are you there?
I am, yeah.
Okay, she references what she refers to as the, quote, weight of evidence approach. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that the approach that you also applied in your review of the historical documents that you reviewed that are listed on pages 3 and 4 of your testimony?
I didn't refer to my review as a weight of evidence approach. I reviewed those documents and provided my opinion and interpretation of those documents.
Okay. But you didn't follow what she calls the weight of evidence approach.
I don't know how she defines a weight of evidence approach.
Well, I guess she defines it starting on the preceding page. And if you could just read, you can just read it to yourself. We can all read it ourselves as well. Starting on page 67, line 12, and going on to the top of page 68. I want to know if that is the approach that she outlines, that she calls the weight of evidence approach, if you used that approach.
Yeah, on page 67, she talks about specifically, it's key to recognize that a single research study or statement in a report does not represent consensus that a particular activity is or is not reasonable. And then she goes on to say that Mr. Hart, Junis, and I selectively referred to various documents weighing the broader, without, in my opinion, weighing the broader set of available knowledge.
And the weighing the documents within the broader set of available knowledge is what she calls the weight of evidence approach, correct?
Yeah, and I would say that I followed the weight of evidence approach because I had authoritative numerous documents that were specifically related to disposal of co-combustion waste. Information that was available to the industry and written by the industry, and information that was written by EPA specifically related to co-combustion waste at that time.
So would you agree that you in fact were trying to follow what Ms. Williams calls the weight of evidence approach? You might call it a different term, but that's what you were trying to do.
So what I did was I reviewed numerous documents that were written at the time specific for co-combustion waste.
And does that mean that you were trying to follow what Ms. Williams calls the weight of evidence approach?
Whatever you want to call it, weight of evidence is there were numerous documents that all supported the same conclusions relative to the risks associated with co-combustion waste disposal.
Would you agree that when one looks at a particular publication or study done in the past, that one should try to place that study in the context of what else was going on and what else was known at that time?
That's a fair statement.
And would you also agree that it is inappropriate to take a little snippet of a study out of the context in which the study was developed, published, and presented?
As you call it, the snippets snippets, there are important sentences that that are included in the documents related to the risks associated with coal combustion waste disposal.
So you would say that it's appropriate to use a snippet with reference to how you are presenting your testimony, again, relying on these past documents, but presenting a point of view with respect to those documents in your testimony today.
It's important to review all of the findings of the documents in addition to bringing out those points regarding the purpose of my testimony.
Okay. But it would be inappropriate, would it not, Mr. Quarles, to take one of those snippets and then portray it today as supporting some proposition on which the study came to a contrary conclusion. Is that correct?
I would tend to disagree with that statement. Sometimes these studies, for example, they would look at, when I say some of the studies, particularly some of the studies that Ms. Williams cited in her testimony. Her studies looked at the use of surface impoundments, for example, as a whole around the country, not just coal combustion waste disposal. So she looked at impoundments that were related to oil and gas or municipal wastewater or any sort of industrial type scenario. And so, for example, if there was a conclusion out of a report that was in a conclusion that said the risks are minimal or there's little risk or no harm, whatever you want to call those kinds of, paraphrased conclusions, I would tend to disagree. And actually those documents, many of the documents will also have other snippets, as you call it, that talk about, for example, a larger impoundment in the greater scheme of things has a greater opportunity for leakage as compared to an impoundment that's less than 1 acre, for example. So the context is important in the conclusions that I brought out relative to the surface impoundments that were typical of the company.
Well, I guess to put maybe a finer point on my question, Mr. Quarles, perhaps it was too broad a question. If you had a study, for example, that was done in 1980 that concluded the sky is blue, except sometimes at sunset it kind of looks red and gold. It would be inappropriate for someone to come along decades later and say only that study concluded that the sky was red and gold.
If I was a scientist in the early 1980s, like I am now, I would review the documents in the same way. And, just to use your analogy, the sky is blue, let's talk about the A.D. Little report as an example. It did come to the conclusion that, the risks were minimal nationally for using the 6 sites that were evaluated. But let's put it in the context of 6 sites, and there were approximately 500 coal combustion waste impoundments around the country. Those 6 sites represented 1% approximately of the total. And then when you actually get back into the details of the report, was not very flattering at all about what was actually going on at Plant Allen as one of those 6 sites. So as a scientist, I reviewed the report in the context of the broader conclusions, not just what was written in the abstract or the findings and conclusions at the end.
And I think you did mention this, but Plant Allen was one of the 6 sites out of 500 or however many there were nationwide, correct?
That's right.
That was the focus of the Arthur D. Little report.
There was one, the Allen site was one of the 6, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Quarles, let's actually talk about some of the more specifically about some of the documents that you've cited. And on page 12 of your testimony, you reference and talk about a manual authored by the Electric Power Research Institute, or EPRI, in 1981, correct?
That's right.
That document is one of the ones that we have marked as a joint exhibit. I believe it is joint exhibit number 7. And you can certainly refer to joint exhibit number 7, or there are multiple copies of the EPRI 1981 manual floating around, and whichever one you want to refer to is fine. And you note on page 12 of your testimony the concern raised in the manual about the potential for heavy metals to leach into the groundwater system and contaminate present or future drinking water sources, correct?
That's right.
And Mr. Quarls, this particular manual, the 1981 EPRI manual, was published by EPRI for use in designing new landfill facilities. Is that correct?
That's right.
And Ms. Williams indicates in her testimony, I think it's on page 77, you can certainly look there if you like, but you may just remember it, that she indicates that the 1981 manual was written in anticipation of EPA regulations that in fact were never promulgated. Do you recall that in her testimony?
I do.
Do you agree with her testimony?
That's right.
And so, for example, Mr. Quarls, on page 12, lines 8 through 16 of your testimony, you list a whole series of things that the EPRI 1981 manual says should be done in connection with new landfills that are developed post-publication of the 1981 manual, correct?
Yes.
And did those requirements that are laid out on page 12, lines 8 through 16 of your testimony, ever actually become requirements that anybody had to follow?
Well, according to EPRI, they referred to at least a couple of those standards as being already applicable in North Carolina at the time. For example, not building solid waste disposal facility in a floodplain or separation between the waste and the water table. So the context of the 1981 EPRI document certainly laid out, if you were not schooled, educated, or experienced in the risk associated with unlined impoundments in the late 70s, early 80s, this document, although for a new facility, should have informed you that there are risks associated with unlined disposal. And it talked very methodically about the processes that you should go through on determining whether or not you have any contamination. For example, I list like 8 or 9 different factors, if you will, on establishing background data quality, groundwater quality, the depth, direction, rate of flow, hydraulic conductivity, the attenuating capacity of the soil, the separation distance between the bottom of the waste and the uppermost aquifer. So it should have spurred that thought process to say, if I have an existing facility, have I done that evaluation to know whether or not my unit is leaking the groundwater? And on that same page, I make reference to a 1982 EPRI document, which was a follow-up document for upgrade. And it, again, talks about that same thought process of you should consider an upgrade by following the steps of a groundwater evaluation to know whether or not you're contaminating the underground source of drinking water.
Yeah, we'll get I promise you, we will get to the 1982 EPRI document shortly. But let me just stick with the 1981 one for a moment. Mr. Quarles, do you have any information that suggests that when Duke Energy Carolinas built a new landfill after 1981, that it did not comply with whatever the regulatory framework was with respect to building that landfill?
When you say a landfill, are you talking landfill or are you meaning a surface impoundment or both?
I'm talking about a landfill, since the 1981 document is specifically dealing with landfills.
Ask your question again, please.
Do you have any information, Mr. Quarles, that suggests that when Duke Energy Carolinas built a landfill after 1981, that Duke Energy Carolinas did not comply with whatever regulatory framework governed the development of that landfill?
So some of the landfills, like the retired ash basin landfill at Plant Allen, had a liner, right? Some of the other landfills perhaps do not have a liner. And then if you didn't have a groundwater monitoring system of a landfill or a surface impoundment until the mid 2011, voluntary monitoring perhaps began in 2005, 2006, then obviously they would not be following the recommendations on establishing groundwater quality, which is a component of design and operation of a landfill.
Well, my question was a little different, Mr. Quarles. Do you have any information that suggests that when Duke Energy Carolinas built a landfill after 1981, that it did not follow whatever the regulatory framework that governed the building of that landfill?
And which landfill are you referring to?
Any landfill.
Which landfill did they build post 1980?
Well, for example, Mr. Quarles, we know that as a result of the Belews Lake incident in the mid 1980s, that Duke Energy Carolinas changed its operating process, and instead of sluicing fly ash into the ash pond, it started to handle fly ash on a dry basis and built a landfill to store that fly ash, correct?
I did hear that yesterday in the testimony of Mr. Hart, but I've not investigated the details of Belews Creek.
Okay, and so presumably the mid 1980s is after 1981, correct?
It is.
And so if they built a landfill to handle the fly ash that was produced as part of the operating process at Belews Creek, they built a landfill, as far as you know, in complete compliance with whatever the regulatory framework was for building that landfill.
I can't say as far as I know because I haven't investigated those landfills. The 1981 EPRI document that I referred to, really the context of that was that if you're going to do this sort of evaluation and consider those 8 or 9 factors for a landfill, you should especially be considering those factors for a surface impoundment because the opportunity for leakage is much greater, right? So that is why the 81 EPRI document is so very much relevant. And in fact, if you look at the bottom of my testimony, page 12, and again, we'll get to it, the 1982 EPRI document, but it says inadequately lined ponds provide a greater opportunity for groundwater contamination because the soil immediately below the pond is always saturated and under a constant head of pressure from the overlying water. Consequently, seepage may be constant and in greater volume than leachate from a landfill. So what that means, if I am a manager in the company that is responsible for CCR disposal, that kind of comment and the 8 factors of evaluating the groundwater quality in the 81 document should have raised some flags in and required the company to ask really hard questions about whether or not my unlined surface impoundments are leaking.
Well, since you're already at the 1982 document, why don't we just go to the 1982 document, Mr. Quarles? And I believe that is Joint Exhibit 8. And it is certainly a lengthy exhibit. I think it's about 500 pages or so. And first, just to level set us, Mr. Quarles, I think you mentioned this earlier. And are you actually looking at what we've marked as the joint exhibit, or are you looking at a different version?
I don't have that joint exhibit open. You haven't asked me to review a certain page, so if you would like me to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the joint exhibit, since they have a specific identifying document page at the top of at the top, primarily because all of these came from the appellate record, it would be page 1455. If you're not in the joint exhibit, it is page Romanet 5.
So if I'm in a hard copy, what page would you like me to look at?
It's the little Roman numeral 5. So
of the 82, I'm sorry, the 82 or the 81?
82.
Oh. So the page numbers of the 82 document are like 1-3, 2-14.
Yeah, well, this is before you get to the 1 dash.
Oh, okay.
It's in the sort of in the preliminary stuff. It's called the title of the page, or the title at the top of the page is EPRI Perspective.
Yes, sir. I see that.
And in the section right below EPRI Perspective, it talks about the project description, correct?
It does, yep.
And it says this document is one of a series of manuals. And the 81 document was in that series, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's actually mentioned there. I think that's the coal ash disposal manual, correct? Is the 1981 document?
Yeah, coal ash disposal manual, 2nd edition.
Okay. And it goes on to say that whereas the aforementioned manuals, which would include the 1981 manual, are intended for use in designing new disposal facilities, this manual, the 1982 manual, is primarily intended for upgrading existing waste disposal facilities. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So if you're interested in EPRI's view on upgrading existing facilities, this is the one you should be looking at as that early 1980s reader or engineer trying to figure out what they're supposed to do, correct?
Yeah, and I would add to that is part of the context of this upgrade document is to assist a utility manager to decide whether or not he or she needs to upgrade a disposal facility. So that's where it talks about, like on page 12 of my testimony, and it specifically mentions it for that purpose, that inadequately lined ponds provide a greater opportunity for groundwater contamination. It's always saturated, it's under constant head of pressure, and seepage may be constant and in greater volume. So part of that manual is meant to enable a utility manager to make decisions on whether or not they've contaminated the groundwater and whether or not they should upgrade because of that greater opportunity for leakage to a dry disposal facility.
Okay, and your testimony goes on page 13 to make additional reference to more specific pages of the 1982 EPRI manual, which is Joint Exhibit 8, correct?
Yes.
And you cite to pages 4-1 and 4-2, correct?
I do.
And again, if anybody is following along with the joint exhibit, those pages are Doc X 1529 and 1530. But if you've got the 4-1 and 4-2, we can certainly use those.
Okay.
And at the top of 4-1, there's a paragraph under introduction that I think is what you were alluding to. That is, that the utility environmental engineer or other individual responsible for waste disposal needs to figure out, what's coming down the pike and does my facility comply, right?
Yes, sir.
And that last little parenthetical says if the sites are ultimately required to comply with whatever the new regulations that are coming down the pike are, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you then, at the bottom of page 4-1, I think you quote the language from there in your testimony on page 13, correct?
I did quote from that page, yes, sir.
So you indicate that potential deficiencies in utility waste disposal practices may be defined by two sets of standards, right? And those two sets of standards are what is down at the bottom, those two bullets at the bottom of page 4-1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the first one is that the disposal practice does not comply with, whatever the specific rules and regulations are, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the second one is the site has the potential to contaminate the environment, correct?
Correct.
So, Mr. Quarls, what did the authors of the EPRI manual mean by the site has the potential to contaminate the environment?
Well, if it's an unlined surface impoundment that receives millions of gallons of water every day in a stream valley next to a water body, clearly the site has the potential to contaminate the environment.
Well, I guess by my question, Mr. Quarles, what I'm asking is, do you know whether the authors of the 1982 EPRI manual apply the same definition of contaminate that you do? That is, any level above background.
I don't know how they define contamination, but I've been in the environmental consulting business for over 30 years, and the interpretation of contaminate, whether or not, particularly related to whether or not a facility is leaking and has the opportunity to contaminate the environment, it hasn't really changed in the 30 plus years.
Well, again, if you think back to Ms. Williams's testimony, Mr. Quarles, she made a distinction between contaminate, meaning any level above background, and environmental harm, meaning somebody could actually be hurt by it. Correct?
I do remember her making that statement.
Okay. Well, do you know if the authors of the 1982 EPRI report used the word contaminate in the sense of any level above background, or did they use the word contaminate in the sense of something that could really hurt?
So let's go back to the first part on that page, 4-1. And you made reference to this sentence, if the sites are ultimately required to comply with the regulations. So there was the 2L regulation did apply, and I think it was promulgated in North Carolina in 1979. So the 2L standards applied in 1979 and certainly in 1982 with this upgrade manual. So we need to understand that those standards were there, and the state had established those standards, and they were, at a minimum, they have to be at least as stringent as the EPA standards, and then perhaps, or even more stringent for North Carolina situation. So in terms of contaminate the environment, we first need to remember that the regulators have already established those standards on what is an acceptable or not concentration in groundwater. And then secondly, contaminate again could be whether or not there's evidence of leakage beyond background. So it's certainly the prevailing regulation at the time was the 2L standard.
Mr. Quarles, is it your testimony that the authors of the EPRI 1982 report had in mind the 2L standards when they wrote this report?
I can't speak for the authors of the report, but I can tell you that these documents were meant to discuss CCR disposal and risks associated with unlined disposal and the opportunity to contaminate groundwater. That's very consistent in all of the documents.
Okay, Mr. Quarles, if you would, we'll come back to pages 4-1 and 4-2, but if you would go to, at the very beginning of the document, before the Arabic numbered pages start, a Roman number 6.
Roman numeral number 6.
And for anybody following along in the joint exhibit, that would be Doc X 1456. And you see the section on that page that's headed Project Results.
Yes, sir.
And the second paragraph there under that heading reads as follows. Regulations governing the disposal of utility wastes are in a state of suspension at this time. Congress, in the 1980 amendments to RCRA, requested a detailed study of the effects of utility waste disposal practices, and the EPA has a multi-million-dollar project underway to address some of the questions. The answers are not expected to be known until late 1983. Until that time, there will be no firm design or performance standards applicable to utility waste disposal that can be applied with confidence by the industry. At the present time, state standards for non-hazardous wastes, which are also undergoing change, apply to utility waste disposal. For these reasons, it may be premature for any utility to embark on a program to update their existing disposal facilities. Did I read it correctly?
You did.
Okay. Mr. Quarles, the authors of this manual were essentially telling the reader, changes in the rules are coming. We want you to get ready for those changes, but don't do anything just yet because they're coming. Is that what that paragraph said?
It does say that changes are coming, and it may be premature. I think "may" is a very key word, and that was the whole idea of the EPRI documents. Is that you're not going to be able to flip a switch and snap your finger and immediately make decisions without collecting information. And so what these documents, particularly the 82 document on the upgrade, is that you need to start now to assess your facilities on whether or not you have an opportunity to be out of compliance or contaminate the environment, if you will. And one of the most important things here in the first part of that paragraph, it says, you need to remember that that there may not have been design and disposal standards on how to design a CCR disposal facility, but RCRA itself and the requirement that you not pollute groundwater has been in effect since 1979. So while there may not have been design standards for how to build and design a CCR disposal unit, the requirement to protect groundwater has been there since 1979, right? And so with that in mind, I think the terms, the only way to provide convincing proof that you're meeting the 1979 RCRA groundwater standard is to install wells. Wells are necessary according to EPRI. So while there may not have been national design standards for CCR landfills, there was certainly a requirement to comply with the groundwater standard.
And when you say groundwater standard, are you speaking of the federal RCRA standards, or are you speaking of the 2L state standards?
So they were both promulgated, my understanding, in 1979. So both would apply.
Okay. If you go back, Mr. Quarls, to pages 4-1 and 4-2.
Okay.
And on page 13 of your testimony, you quote from 4-2. That, quote, if, well, the paragraph on 4-2 that you're quoting from starts, if evidence of contamination problem exists.
Are you reading from my testimony, or are you reading from page 4-1?
I'm sorry, that was a confusing question. I'm actually reading from page 4-2.
Okay.
And the paragraph that you quote from in your testimony says, if evidence of contamination problems exist.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And there again, you don't know in what sense of the word contamination the authors of the EPRI report used the word contamination, correct?
That is correct. The context of determining whether or not there's evidence of contamination, certainly, according to EPRI, you need groundwater monitoring wells for convincing proof for what they call inevitable and constant seepage. So if evidence of contamination problem exists, the only way that you will know with convincing proof is to have a groundwater monitoring system.
And then the part in your testimony that you do quote is down at the bottom of that paragraph. So if evidence of contamination problems exists, then an engineering assessment of site adequacy must therefore address, 1, whether the operation complies with prevailing regulations, and 2, whether the site poses a threat to the local environment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then that is the part that you quoted in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, the authors don't tell us what they mean by a, quote, threat to the local environment, do they?
Perhaps they do in the other parts of the document.
Well, if you look immediately above those words, there may be a clue, because they talk about current federal regulations promulgated under Superfund authority ultimately hold the operator liable for environmental degradation, regardless of what regulations applied or who permitted the facility. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Superfund law is what Congress enacted following the Love Canal disaster to deal with hazardous waste dumps, right?
Yeah, uncontrolled. Initially, it was for these uncontrolled hazardous waste sites, correct?
Now, Mr. Quarles, there are no Duke Energy Carolinas ash basins that are Superfund sites, are there?
I'm not aware, but I haven't researched to know if they are.
Well, as far as you know, there are no Duke Energy Carolinas ash basins that are Superfund sites, correct?
As far as I know.
But in any event, you indicate, again on page 13 of your testimony, that through the EPRI 1982 manual, the utility industry should have known that it should engage in groundwater monitoring, right?
It did.
And you've stated that repeatedly this morning, correctly?
I did.
And Mr. Quarles, you know that when this manual was published by EPRI in 1982, Duke Energy Carolinas was already engaged in a multi-year study of the impact of coal ash basins on groundwater, focused specifically on the Allen plant, but intended to apply to all of DEC's power plants. Isn't that correct?
I'm aware of a 1984 document. Yes.
Are you also aware that it was not just DEC's own internal investigation at Plant Allen, but also an EPA investigation under contract with Arthur D. Little and a EPRI investigation under contract with another contracting environmental entity altogether, all in the same general time frame?
Same general time frame, yes.
And the Duke study indicated, which is Joint Exhibit 9, we can certainly look at it if you'd like, but indicated that this groundwater monitoring program had been in place since 1978, correct?
That's right, at Plant Allen.
At Plant Allen. 1978 is 4 years before 1982 EPRI manual was published, correct?
Before the upgrade manual in 1982, yes.
And the report of that study, which again is Joint Exhibit 9, concluded when it was published in 1984, 2 years after the 1982 EPRI manual came out, that there was no significant impact on groundwater, didn't it?
Are you referring to the internal Duke 1984 or the AD Little report? I'm sorry.
I'm referring to the 1984 Duke report.
Okay. I'm sorry, repeat your question.
The 1984 Duke report, which is Joint Exhibit 9, and was published 2 years after the EPRI manual, 1982 EPRI manual, it concluded that there was no significant impact on groundwater, didn't it?
Maybe you can refer me to that conclusion. I have a hard copy if you'd like to tell me what page that is.
I will find it. It's Joint Exhibit 9. And if anybody's following with the joint exhibits, it's Doc X 9395. It's an unnumbered page directly in front of the introduction on page 1, and the page is headed Executive Summary.
I see that, yes.
And the executive summary, what is an executive summary, Mr. Quarles?
It's supposed to summarize what the author feels are the main conclusions of the report.
Okay, and then so the executive summary starts beginning in 1978, field and laboratory investigations of the composition of leachate and its behavior in the disposal environment were conducted by Duke Power and outside contractors, correct?
Yes.
And the outside contractors would include the Arthur D. Little contractor and whoever did the work for EPRI, correct?
I believe, yeah, in the back, starting on page 31, AD Little is shown as the prime contractor.
Okay. And the executive summary continues sort of in the middle of that paragraph. Groundwater monitoring in 13 test wells installed by Duke Power around a retired and active ash basin found over a 4-year period that drinking water quality was maintained in the wells down gradient of the sites after groundwater stabilization had occurred following well installation. It goes on to say in the next sentence, additional groundwater monitoring and soil testing from the same sites done by an EPA contractor, that's Arthur D. Little, also found the down gradient groundwater to be drinking water quality and suggested the high ion exchange capacity of the soil lining the ash basin to be the mechanism preventing migration of soluble metals from the ash basin. Did I read that one correctly?
You did.
And then the executive summary concludes, these field and laboratory studies confirm that wet disposal of coal ash by Duke Power has no significant impact on groundwater. Correct?
Correct.
Mr. Quarles, let's take a look at a couple of other documents list.
Can we talk, would you like to talk more in depth about the 1984 study?
I have no further questions to you on the 1984 study, but I'm sure if your counsel would like to ask you more questions about it, she is free to do so.
Well, what I'd like to do is I would like to respond to the executive summary, the conclusions. So in the beginning of this testimony today, you asked me if you read a summary and conclusions, should you believe all of that information that's in that one-page executive summary as you have here? And I responded by saying, well, many times, if you look further back into the document, you'll find that its executive summary really doesn't give the whole picture. And I can walk you through why this executive summary doesn't give the whole picture relative to the findings. And for example, the second sentence, the leach test.
Before you go further, Mr. Quarles, let me just ask you this, and you can certainly answer as fully as you want. Are you saying that that last sentence in the executive summary is incorrect?
Well, what I'm saying is that they have some bad information. For example, to keep it really simple, midway in the paragraph, all results toxic metals to be non-hazardous according to EPA criterion. What that means, non-hazardous.
Where are you? I'm sorry.
There's no line numbers, but I'll count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, beginning with the word all on the right-hand side.
Okay. So the sentence immediately above. Okay, I've got it.
So what that means is that the non-hazardous according to EPA criterion, and they make reference to the EPA and ASTM protocols on the leach test. And leach tests were designed to determine whether or not a waste is a characteristically hazardous waste by definition according to EPA, not which would regulate it as a subtitle C waste versus a subtitle D, right? So just because it's a non-hazardous waste doesn't mean that it doesn't have hazard constituents and hazards and risk associated with it. And then the next sentence, groundwater monitoring in 13 test wells installed by Duke found over a 4-year period that the groundwater quality was maintained. All right, so a couple points to that. Water testing results showed that we had arsenic in well number 4 up to 112.5 part per billion. That's over 10 times the current arsenic standard and over 2 times the arsenic standard at the time, which was 50. All right.
Where was groundwater monitoring well number 4, Mr.?
It was in the area of the inactive basin. The other thing that I think is especially relevant, if you go to page 23 of the hard copy, 23, there's a table 7. And remember, they talked about, they make that conclusion based on the results of 13 test wells. And most importantly, as it relates to the table 7, as far as being a good scientist and relying upon an executive summary, is that you'll see that the wells, 6 of the 13 wells were finished what they call below the perched water table. So the relevance of what that means is it hasn't changed for 30 plus years that I've been an environmental consultant. And Epri pointed out the 2 most important aspects of a groundwater monitoring program are the locations and depths of the wells. So if you installed 6 of your 13 wells below a perched water table, that implies that you've installed your wells too deep and not closest to the bottom of the ash pond, of the part of the aquifer, particularly when we recognize that ash is sitting in the water table. So from a groundwater monitoring design program, you would want to monitor the uppermost portion of the uppermost aquifer. And then if you refer for simplicity purposes to try to illustrate that, there's a diagram on page 28 that I included in my testimony, but it refers and it illustrates a leachate plume coming from the ash basin, shows the groundwater flow, but what it doesn't show in those wells is the screened interval. So what they're implying, or what they're saying in table 7, is that the screened portion of the interval that they're collecting water from is below the uppermost portion of the aquifer. So therefore, it's quite possible that they're not reporting the highest concentrations of constituents. All right, so again, when you read beyond the executive summary and get into the details as a scientist of what really matters, that would have raised a red flag to any competent engineer or hydrogeologist back in the early 80s.
Did it raise a red flag to Arthur D. Little?
Apparently not. And I'd love to talk to you about the A.D. Little report. But if you will let me proceed for the 84 report, it goes on to say, also found that the down gradient groundwater to be of drinking water quality and suggested the high exchange capacity of the soil lining to be the mechanism preventing migration of soluble metals from the ash basin.
And Mr. Quarls, let me just interrupt you just there for a moment, but that suggestion came from the Arthur D. Little report, did it not?
Perhaps it did. I guess my point is, suggested is much different than concluded. The other thing that I would add is that one of the purposes of this 84 investigation was to determine leachable, it's on page 14 of the hard copy document. The objectives of the monitoring program were to provide data documenting the condition and quality of the groundwater at the ash basin site. Number 2, predict and assess the effects on the adjacent groundwater, chemical quality of adjacent groundwater. And then number 3, determine the projected length of time that the ash basin substrate, i.e. the soils, can retain leachate. And that gets into the argument about attenuation of soils, of contaminants. And then number 4, predict and calculate the life expectancy with respect to the ion exchange capabilities of the underlying soils. What this report did not do, that's why they said suggested, is that they didn't make any conclusions about the length of time that the substrate / soil can retain the leachates, nor did they predict or calculate the life expectancy of that attenuation. So with that said, when you read the details of this report, if you only read the executive summary, it sounds like there's no harm, no foul, but a competent engineer or environmental manager or hydrogeologist would have made the same evaluation and conclusions that I just made. And so now when we're talking about AD Little, the AD Little report again refers to this, and there's been, some discussions about soil attenuation capacity, and that the Piedmont soils are very clayey soils. But the AD Little report for Plant Allen actually refers to the soils as sandy soils. And then just as a review for this testimony, I look back at a comprehensive site assessment, CSA, that was done by HDR in 2015. And they created a conceptual site model for Plant Allen. And again, the predominant type of soil at the site, Plant Allen, is a sandy, gravelly soil, right? So in terms of, this prediction, they weren't able to make a prediction because their leaching tests didn't match the results of the groundwater monitoring. And that's perhaps because the wells were too deep. And what in fact is more prevalent is that there's less clay and more sandy soils, according to HDR, the consultant that recently completed the comprehensive site assessment. So the body of work of this 84 document it's impressive if you want to just read the executive summary, but if you read the details behind it, it has lots of technical problems.
So, Mr. Quarles, you would disagree with the conclusion drawn by the report that there is no significant impact upon groundwater from the operations of the ash basin?
I would. I mean, the data in this report shows that arsenic was over 10 times higher than the current drinking water standard.
And you would disagree with whatever the conclusions, the similar conclusions made in the Arthur D. Little report, correct?
So when you're ready to talk about the AD Little report, it's a very similar situation where the executive summary is, if you only read the executive summary, then you can be led to believe that all is well and there's no risk associated with it. But when you dig into the details of the AD Little report, similar to this 1984 Duke document, there's all kinds of limitations and exceptions and generalizations that are made by AD Little that I don't agree with.
Okay. I think we understand that you don't agree with those conclusions, and we can move on.
Okay.
And I did want to talk to you a little bit about I think there are a couple of your documents that relate to the EPA. Let me see if I can locate where they are referred to in your testimony. Oh, bottom of page 11.
Okay.
And you refer to two different EPA reports, one published in 1980, and then the 1988 report to Congress, correct?
I did, yeah.
And the 1980 report, again, they're both in the joint exhibits. 1980 report is Joint Exhibit 6. And it looks like it's sort of a joint effort by the EPA and the TVA, correct?
That's right.
And it's called Behavior of Coal Ash Particles in Water, correct?
Correct.
And Quarles you cite a couple of sentences from the report that indicate impacts on groundwater, or refer to impacts on groundwater, correct?
I did.
This particular report is really focused on ash pond effluents, correct?
It is talking about pond effluent, standing water in the pond.
And Mr. Quarles, if you, just so we can get our terms defined, if you look in the DEC exhibits to exhibit 16.
And what document is that?
DEC cross exhibit 16.
What is the title of that document?
Let's see. It is your testimony, or a portion of your testimony, in the prior Duke Energy progress proceeding. So it's transcript volume 13, docket number.
So under DEC cross exhibits, what exhibit number am I looking for?
16.
Is that it looks like at the top it says Dobbs Building, Raleigh, North Carolina.
That would be it. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if we could, let's go ahead and mark this as DEC Quarls cross exhibit 1.
The document will be so marked.
And just to get us straight here, Mr. Quarls, I'm looking at page 196 of the transcript. Are you there?
No, I'm trying to. It's
if you're looking at it on a PDF, it's probably PDF page 14.
So I haven't downloaded this. Hold on. What page did you say?
The page number of the transcript page number is 196.
So I'm looking at mine shows that there are 27 pages. What?
Right. If you're looking at it in a PDF form on your computer, it's probably going to be PDF page 14.
14. Okay. Okay.
And again, I'll represent to you, Mr. Quarles, and this is actually a very simple question. So maybe we didn't have to go through all of this setup. But on page 196, you are answering questions that were posed to you by Chairman Finley in the DEP, the last DEP case, docket number E2-1142. And in the starting at line 7, you are answering one of Chairman Finley's questions, and you talk about the reasons utilities sluice. And you state that the reasons utilities sluice is quote, to take an ash that's created at the boiler, then mix it with water, then they pump it to a pond so that the solids can settle out, and then the water, some of it will evaporate, some of it seeps into groundwater, and some of it overflows through a permitted, regulated, what we call an outfall to a receding stream.
Correct.
Chairman Finley then asks, is a technical name for whatever that is discharge, that is, that's going through the outfall to a receiving stream, and you indicate we call it effluent, correct?
That's right.
All right, so I apologize. That was a long setup for probably what was a very simple question. So the 1980 EPA TVA report that you reference at page 11, which is Joint Exhibit 6, deals with effluent, correct? I mean, I'm looking, for example, at page 1, I believe.
So, yeah, the report was written to primarily talk about, it's titled Behavior of Coal Ash Particles in Water. And sub to that, trace metal leaching and ash settling. And it does speak a lot about the effluent of the water that is the sluice water that's pumped to a pond, and the quality of the effluent in the pond, in addition to talking about, as I've cited here, what happens or what their conclusions were about leaching of constituents from the effluent in the ash to groundwater.
Okay, and I'm looking, I was actually looking for what the report itself indicated was its scoping document, the scoping for the report, and it's located at the bottom of page 3, top of page 4.
Are you
following
talking
in the joint exhibits? Those are Doc X 17 and 18.
Are we looking at the? I'm sorry. We're looking at the EPA 1980 report now.
Yes.
And what hard copy page are we looking at?
3 to 4.
3 to 4 of the abstract, or Roman numeral 3 and 4, or
no, Arabic numeral 3 and 4.
Okay, so let me get to that. I'm sorry. And what was the joint exhibit number?
6.
So the DEC exhibit 6, I must be in the wrong one. This looks like.
Yeah, Mr. Quarles, it should be the joint exhibit 6, not the DEC exhibit 6.
Oh, there we go.
But if you have a different copy of your own copy of the 1980 EPA report, we can walk through there.
I have it open now in the PDF. So I'm looking for hard copy page 3 and 4.
Yes, and if you're on a PDF, it's probably about page 17 or 18.
Okay. I'm on 17 that begins. First word is considerations is still an important factor for ash disposal.
So the last paragraph on that page says the scope of this study involves field survey, etc.
Yes.
And the report addresses 6 major areas of concern, and those areas of concern relate to primarily to effluents, correct?
It says this report addresses 6 major areas of concern in wet ash disposal, namely the characteristics of ashes, which is the solid, and ash pond effluent. Number 2, the effects of ash, solids, and raw water characteristic on the pH. And then 3,
pH of ash pond water, correct?
That's right. And then methods for pH adjustment, number 3, and then 4, settling characteristics.
Well, and number 3 is methods of pH adjustment of ash pond effluents, correct?
That's right, yes.
And then the settling characteristics and the leaching of minerals and the relationship of trace metals to pH.
Yes.
And concentration of suspended solids. And then the next paragraph, it says, this report is complementary to 2 other studies, one of which is the effects of coal ash leachates on groundwater quality, correct?
Yep.
And that was one that we discussed with Mr. Hart yesterday. It's Joint Exhibit 5. Do you recall any of that discussion?
I don't.
Okay. You did not refer to the EPA TVA report titled Effects of Coal Ash Leachate on Groundwater Quality in your testimony, correct?
I don't think so, no. I've not reviewed that document.
Okay. I mean, is there some reason why? I mean, they are both done by the TVA and the EPA. They're both March of 1980. One of them is titled Effects of Coal Ash Leachate on Groundwater Quality, which I thought was the focus of your testimony, and you didn't refer to it. But you referred to the other one that deals with effluents.
Yeah, so part of the issue is, finding documents through the old NEPA's EPA website and downloading those documents. You do it by keyword searches, and so sometimes you get 1,000 documents that show up. So you try to identify, and I would have loved to have seen this document and reviewed it. Particularly if it's written by EPA and TVA, I'm quite familiar with TVA coal ash disposal.
Okay. Mr. Quarles, why don't we move on to the other EPA document that you reference on page 11, which is the 1988 report to Congress?
Can I close this document?
Yeah, we're done with both 5 and 6, so you can close out of those.
Okay. So now we're moving to the report to Congress?
Yes.
88. And what is the exhibit name of that?
It is Joint Exhibit 13.
Okay.
And at the bottom of page 11, I guess you have 3 bullets. The first 2 deal with the 1980 document that we just talked about. And the third bullet deals with the 1988 EPA report to Congress, correct?
That's right.
And immediately above the bullets, you state, EPA's key conclusions include, and then with respect to the 1988 report to Congress, the third bullet is, the primary concern regarding the disposal of wastes from coal-fired power plants is the potential for waste leachate to cause groundwater contamination. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So, Mr. Quarles, the EPA report to Congress has a whole chapter on conclusions and recommendations, does it not?
Does. Yep.
And we can read that whole chapter, which is chapter 7, backwards, forwards, and upside down, and we won't find what you call a key conclusion in that chapter, will we?
So the key conclusion relative to the likelihood of contamination of groundwater from coal combustion sluicing and unlined basins, which was the context of my testimony.
Well, did you think that the actual conclusions of the EPA report to Congress were not relevant to your testimony?
Again, it's the key conclusion related to concerns about leaking impoundments relative to groundwater quality. That's an obvious conclusion made by EPA.
Is not a conclusion that it chose to include in Chapter 7 called Conclusions and Recommendations, is it?
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think I'm finished with Mr. Quarles for right now.
All right, Mr. Mehta, thank you. Any additional cross-examination for this witness? All right, redirect for the witness.
Mr. Quarles, we began talking about Joint Exhibit 6, which I believe was the 1980 EPA report. And you were asked why you focused on that report related to effluent in the context of concern about impacts to groundwater. Would you explain why those you found were important conclusions from that report?
Yeah, so let me pull that report. The ash transport water. I'll read you from the abstract of that document. The chemical characteristics of ash pond effluents are affected by the ash material and the quantity and quality of the water for sluicing. And it says TVA ash pond effluents vary from a pH of 3 to 12. So when we talk about the opportunity of degradation of water, we have to remember that effluent is what is pumped to the surface of the ash pond. And one of the factors associated with the leachability of constituents from coal ash is pH. And so therefore, pH, if it ranges from 3 to 12, according to TVA, what that means is two things. Their surface discharge permit probably has a pH limitation that they are required to meet, and sometimes that requires the addition of chemicals, like ferric chloride, for example, to adjust the pH. The pH also plays a role in the leachability of the constituents that are adhered to the particles of fly ash, for example. Some metals preferentially leach in an acidic environment. Some metals preferentially leach at neutral, near neutral, and some at basic. And then some leach regardless of pH, right? So understanding effluent quality to the pond is important, according to this document and according to my experience, right? So, and then my experience too is that the quality of the water beneath the standing effluent in the pond, in the pore space of the ash, can vary as well, can change pH, dissolved oxygen, those geochemical changes, which can also affect the leachability of metals. That's why this document was kind of a good starting point in terms of understanding how constituents might get to groundwater from an effluent sluicing operation.
And then also earlier, we were talking about the studies done at Allen, and you noted that 6 of the 13 monitoring wells were located below the water table and unlikely to provide helpful data for assessment. Do you know why would a decision be made to place wells so deep?
Objection, Chair Mitchell. This calls for sheer speculation.
All right, Ms. Crawley-Jones, respond, please.
Okay, I'm just, if he may have read in the documents in the AD Little report. I'm just not sure whether or not there was a rationale for that being there, or if by putting them so deep, you're not going to get the data that you need.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, allow the question to proceed, and we'll give it the weight that it's due.
I'm sorry, does that mean that I can answer the question?
Means your counsel may proceed to ask, please ask the question again, Ms. Crawley-Jones, for purposes of the record.
You noted in the Allen study that 6 of the 13 wells were located below the perched water table. Are you aware of any reason for placing those wells below where in the deepest aquifer? What would the reason for that be?
Well, if your goal is to understand the whether or not an unlined disposal area or any disposal area or any pile of waste, if you want to know the effects of the uppermost aquifer on any leakage from those disposal units, good engineering, good hydrogeology, good geology, good common sense practices say that you would want to screen your well in the interval that is most likely to be nearest the waste and therefore would have the highest concentrations if the impoundment is leaking. All right, so and I'll refer you to page 21 of my testimony as a good exhibit, if you will, for the commission and other folks to understand what that means. So if you look at those, that's a cross section, and the ash basin is shown on the right, and this comes from the 1984 internal DEC report. The wells are the vertical rectangles that have the dark triangles in them. The dark triangles are water levels. Okay, water levels meaning they drilled the well, and after they completed the well, those are the water levels that rose in the well. You'll see that we have a leachate plume at well 11 and Lake Wylie off to the left. And notice that the triangle in well 13 is nearly the same as the full pool level of Lake Wylie, which is what you would expect in a water table aquifer because the water table flows into the nearest receiving stream. So if the scale of this drawing is on the left, and it looks like every notch is 10 feet. A well screen is typically 10 feet. Sometimes I've seen 5 feet and sometimes 15. They're not shown on here. But the bottom line is if you drill a well and screen it deeper than the triangles and what they called the perched water table, then in all likelihood, they missed the evidence of leakage and perhaps the highest concentrations of constituents that would be indicative of that leakage that's flowing into Lake Wylie. So it's fundamentally, I would I'm not going to, try to answer why they chose to not sample the purged water. But I can tell you that a competent hydrogeologist who's trying to determine whether or not a surface impoundment is leaking would not have done that.
All right, we're going to stop at the moment. We will go off the record. We will take a 15-minute break. We'll go back on at 11 o'clock. All right, let's go back on the record, please. We'll continue with a redirect of Mr. Quarles. Ms. Carly Jones, you may proceed.
I have no more questions.
All right, questions from commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Brown Bland.
All right. Mr. Quarles, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
In your testimony on page 18, starting at the top there, you were answering a question about the company's conclusion that CCR constituents detected during the groundwater monitoring were naturally occurring, whether that conclusion was reasonable, and your answer was no. And you go on to say, because it's been shown to be, or at least you offer one of the reasons, it's been shown to be incorrect, that in 2014, the company concluded that it was the coal ash that was impacting the groundwater.
Yes, ma'am.
And that conclusion that the company made, was that based, from your understanding, that was you're speaking of it emanating from the voluntary monitoring they were doing from the mid-90s up to, say, 2007 or so?
No, that statement came from a 2014 internal corporate slideshow where they concluded our coal ash is impacting groundwater at all locations.
So they made this conclusion was made in 2014 that it was naturally occurring.
You know, 2014, they admitted that the coal ash disposal is impacting groundwater at all locations, which would override any prior determinations that any constituents were related to naturally occurring conditions.
And so the question was about the reasonableness of that conclusion about the naturally occurring. And you said, no, am I interpreting you correctly? That no, that conclusion was not reasonable at that time, or just that it has since been shown to be incorrect?
Well, without doing a thorough evaluation, you would not know if it's naturally occurring or not. And so you can only do that by installing wells and having a representative background determination of your constituents. That's step number one. And step number two is ultimately sampling the water, and then they've made the determination in 2014, and DEQ agreed with that conclusion. That's why they had to excavate their ash, that it was not all related to naturally occurring conditions or concentrations.
So at what point in time had they made the naturally occurring conclusion? Do you know?
There was
that's the basis of the question.
Yeah, there was a direct, I might be able to find it. Yeah, here we go. It's in my exhibit 4. Exhibit 4, and I have a hard copy, but it's the public staff request 36-2. And the timing of this exhibit 4, it's dated January 2018. And at the bottom of page 1 of 2, it says initial results appeared consistent with naturally occurring conditions. So between the installation of voluntary monitoring wells in 2009, DE Carolinas continued monitoring the wells and submitted semi-annual reports. So what they're saying, what they said in 2018 was that initial appeared to be naturally occurring. And And then if you look at page,
An initial is 2009. Is that how you interpret it, or earlier?
yeah, so on page 17 of my testimony, it has a table that shows the voluntary monitoring well installation, which the company used the term voluntary, and I'm assuming that that was the USWAG information, and then required monitoring installations. And then you'll see that the detection of a 2L standard generally came within the same year, perhaps a year after the voluntary monitoring. So that's when they would have apparently made that conclusion that it was all naturally occurring.
With the exception there of Cliffside, there's a 1995.
Yeah,
And
and Dan River, 1993. Yeah.
Well, Dan River, 1993, there's a detection in 1993.
That's right.
But
That's
Cliffside,
right.
1995, there was 1995, 2005,
Sure.
and 2000.
That's right.
Before.
Yes, ma'am. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me?
It seems that it seems that we have lost connection to Commissioner Brown Bland. Let's give it a few seconds to see if she returns. All right, she looks like she's back. Commissioner Brown Bland, can you hear us?
Are we back?
Commissioner Brown Bland, are you there?
Yes, I hear you.
All right, we lost you
Yes.
temporarily.
That's my morning departure. Hopefully that's the last time. So I'm just getting to what's your basis for the answer to the question there, that it was not, that the naturally occurring conclusion was not reasonable at the time that they came to that conclusion, which appears to be after 2009, is according to what you were reading. Is that right?
Let me see that again. That's right. Yes,
So
ma'am.
what was your basis for saying it was not reasonable? Should they have known at that point, or there was a failure to do a certain degree or type of monitoring?
So it's hard to imagine how we've gone from, let me back up. So I've looked at coal combustion waste disposal sites around the country, a lot of them, and I've seen arguments for what is background and what's naturally occurring. And it's very, very true that metals, arsenic, boron, they do naturally occur, all right? But you also have indicator parameters like sulfate that are directly associated with coal combustion waste. That it naturally occurs too, but it's very prominent in coal combustion waste. So it was, as a scientist, it was hard to imagine how the company could have claimed in 2009 that every disposal facility and all the contamination, the constituents that are in the well, is all naturally occurring. That's just not reasonable given the size and the way that these materials were disposed of. So it's not surprising that they changed their mind and came to the conclusion that it was related to coal combustion waste.
And so your answer was based on more than, I mean, is it correct that your answer was based on more than just the fact that ultimately they got it wrong, but that even at the time that they came to that conclusion, it was an unreasonable conclusion?
Yeah, so my statement was really is ultimately it was, they admitted in 2014. I haven't looked at each of the individual facilities where they perhaps tried to make the argument that they were naturally occurring or not, to know how valid or not that was back in 2009, if they made such a public determination of that.
But is that a basis for the unreasonableness that I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Is it unreasonable in your mind just because ultimately it was proven and shown to be wrong? Or was it unreasonable because of some action or inaction or misunderstanding or something like that on their part, on the company's part?
I think it's unreasonable. It's unreasonable to make a blanket determination that everything was naturally occurring in my experience, because the signature of coal combustion waste constituents from a leaky disposal unit is very clear.
And did the company at that point in time, when they became aware of the detection of the CCR constituents, that they have a specific response that you learned about as a result of that? You know, at that time when they first learned about the constituents?
My research didn't look at the company's responses to those post 2009 per se.
Right. And on page 19, there you're answering the question, was the company's reliance on the little 1985 report for a decision not to monitor groundwater at Allen and other disposal sites, was that reasonable? And you answered no, and you give some reasons. And what I'm looking at is lines 8 through 10, and there you address the soil attenuation estimates and say that they did not accurately predict. What's the significance of that?
So what they tried to do is they tried to, one of the purposes of the 84 study, the internal document, and then the 80(2), they looked at leaching tests are laboratory tests where you can collect samples of CCR, and then they referred to the EPA leaching method and the ASTM leaching method. What those methods try to do is to predict at those laboratory conditions what the concentrations of constituents are going to be that come out of or come away from the solid and get into water, right? Those and then you make calculations based upon the clay content of the soil and the ability of the clay to capture or attenuate the constituents. And it's true, soil attenuation is one of the 8 factors that EPRI talked about in the early 1980s as an important consideration. But the report did not accurately, they didn't accurately predict whether or not it would attenuate and whether or not and how long that attenuation would last. So they couldn't rely on that portion of the investigation.
Now, is that a flaw of the study, or is that a flaw of some of Duke's work? Whose estimate, I guess?
It was. I'm not sure what 80(, if they relied upon the study that Duke did for their 1984 study or not. But the bottom line was that the laboratory test and then the calculations that they used to predict that the constituents would be attenuated by the clayey soils did not come true. Therefore, they were not reliable predictors of the soil attenuation capacity.
And at that time that they made that, those attenuation studies, should they have been able to do so, in a more reliable manner, a better test?
Well, so
at
what's
that
really,
time.
So what's really amazing is they talk about the clay content of the soil in the reports. And what's really, when you dig in the AD report, it also talks about that the predominant soil at Allen is more of a sandy soil, right? So if they assumed in their attenuation capacity calculations that the soil was clayey, and then instead it's sandy, then that would have been a mistake by whomever made that calculation.
All right. Then I'm on page 21, and this is testimony regarding the 1984 internal investigation of groundwater at Allen. Lines 10 through 16 is speaking to the issue with monitoring well construction and location or placement of the monitoring wells. This is what you were addressing a moment ago. And the role that played in not adding more monitoring wells, I assume, or continuing to monitor. And you explained using that diagram why there would have been maybe better other placements, but at the time, back in 1984, or even assuming that they started it in 83, maybe, I don't know. But at that time, would the company have known or should have known a better way to capture any leakage, as you called it, at the perch level?
Well, so
Was that part of the science at that time that they should have known or placed it differently, you would have thought?
So EPA and EPRI talk about the two most important factors of a groundwater monitoring system are the location and the depth of the well, right? The company installed wells along the perimeter of the ash basin, in this case, between the ash basin and Lake Wiley. And that was a good move. But the mistake that seems to have been made is that they screened the wells deeper and missed the perched water zone that would be more indicative of leakage associated with the impoundment.
And when you're monitoring groundwater, doing groundwater monitoring, it would have been appropriate still to check at the perch level?
It would, yeah. And so what commonly happens is that you start your investigation at the uppermost portion of the uppermost aquifer. And what you're also able to do, and what we found kind of, if you will, the evolution of, groundwater monitoring, is that we've learned because of the constant head of standing water. And Allen, for example, had 100 feet of saturated ash in 2015. So that constant head has a vertical, it pushes groundwater deeper over time. All right. So a common investigation is to start with a shallow well and understand whether or not you have a vertical gradient that pushes it further into the deeper portion of the aquifer, or if the preferential flow is horizontal.
And about what you described now, that would not have been known to the engineers or the people who were performing this investigation back at the time that they were doing the investigation.
They would have known that, and EPRI talks about that, is that seepage is inevitable and it's under a constant pressure head. And so therefore they should have understood the importance of monitoring the uppermost portion of the uppermost aquifer nearest the bottom of the waste, and whether or not there was any contamination that could be pushed deeper into the aquifer, or if the preferential flow was horizontal into Lake Wiley. That the fundamentals of a groundwater monitoring system have been consistent in that knowledge, certainly since the early 80s.
All right, and on page 23, you talk about gravel and sand in the impoundments. And I'm in the area of line 11 through 19. And there you talk about gravel and sand naturally occurring. Or no, that's my question to you. Are you saying that the gravel and sand in those impoundments were naturally occurring in there, or are you suggesting that the company built the impoundments with the sand and gravel as part of the construction?
So the sand and gravel is the soil type that is in the area site-wide, according to the comprehensive site assessment in 2015, is the common, most popular, populous soil type at the Allen plant. All right, so with that in mind, gravel and sand are much less effective in attenuating or mitigating contaminants that might leak from an impoundment and get into the groundwater.
And so it would have been natural that you would build the impoundment using the soil that's there. And during that time, that they would not have necessarily brought in a better attenuator. Is that correct?
Well, so let's think about this. The way that they built the impoundment was they took an existing stream valley and built a dam across the valley and then started pumping water into the impoundment. So there was no construction or placement of soil as a liner or any other sort of barrier or separator between the uppermost aquifer and the bottom of the waste. And what is possible to build the dike, the dirt has to come from somewhere, or the material has to come from somewhere. And most times, that material is excavated from on site and moved to build the dam. In addition, it's quite common that ash was used to build the dike. And so if the material was removed from the stream valley to build the dike, then in the case of Allen, there is bedrock that is relatively shallow there. Then they would have removed a buffer that would be associated with any soil that would be above the bedrock. And why that's important is that the groundwater velocity, the groundwater seeps through the material that makes up the aquifer. And the material is soil and bedrock. And the groundwater flow velocity in bedrock is much faster than the groundwater flow velocity in soil at Allen.
Okay.
But the sand and the gravel was consistent and very common across the Allen site before they built the impoundment.
All right. Thank you. And then on, I think page 24, it moves on to discuss the Riverbend site a little bit. And you're saying here that the company had incorrectly assumed that there was enough similarity between the Allen and the Riverbend sites to warrant not installing monitoring wells, and to not recognize that the differing or changing conditions that would occur over time. So in your opinion, the company got that wrong. Could it have been reasonably known at that time of their conclusion that there was a flaw in this assumption, or in the way that or in their work that led to the assumption?
So EPRI was very clear about the need to do a site-specific analysis of each of these sites. Allen and Riverbend were located 12 miles apart. So it is unreasonable to assume that the exact conditions and attenuation factors, if you will, exist at Allen and also at Riverbend. And when you look at the Riverbend report, they brought out some information on the borings and the soil type that was at Riverbend. The problem with that is none of the borings were underneath where they put the ash. They're up on top of the hill. What's important is the soil type beneath the ash, right? So they didn't do an evaluation of that. They didn't collect basic information like the soil hydraulic conductivity, how fast water flows through the soil type. So there are lots of flaws in that use of Allen data to support no monitoring at Riverbend.
So, Mr. Quarles, so we know, as you sit here today, we know that, and we know that that's what we should be doing. And I guess just to be clear, should we have known it And should the company have known it back when they were making these assumptions and decisions? Was the state of knowledge similar enough to what it is today that they should have known that?
Yes. So it was very clear. EPRI determined that leakage from an unlined surface impoundment is inevitable, and it is under a constant head of pressure. And the only way to have convincing proof that you are not contaminating an underground source of drinking water is to install wells, right? And wells are not very expensive. Like a 20-foot well may cost in today's dollars $2,000. You know, the leaching test that they may have done, who knows how many thousands of dollars they spent on a test, which ultimately relied on assumptions for a site 12 miles away without collecting any site-specific data that could have been collected at Riverbend.
And so if there was this decision made that they'd done enough work over at Allen, it was close enough and good enough for soil similarities, your opinion is it wasn't good enough and it was known not to be good enough at that time?
So again, it's inevitable. Leakage is inevitable. It's a constant head of pressure, and the convincing proof to know whether or not you're impacting groundwater is to install a well, and it's up to the generator to have convincing proof to determine whether or not they're compliance with the 2L standard.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Quarles.
You're welcome.
That's all I have right now.
All right, Commissioner Gray.
No questions at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Clodfelter.
I have no questions for Mr. Quarles. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Yes, I just have one follow-up question. Commissioner Brown, I just want to understand what I heard you say. So Commissioner Brown-Bland asked you about the placement of wells, and I thought I heard you say, you know, the hydraulic head would push maybe potential contaminants deeper into the aquifer. And so I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. So you said that they put wells, screened wells deep in the aquifer, but your testimony is that they should have also put in shallower wells. Is that an accurate description of what I heard?
Yeah, sort of. So if you want to know if a disposal unit is leaking, you put wells in the uppermost portion of the uppermost aquifer. That is step number one. And what that does is tells you whether or not you've got a good indication of leakage from the disposal unit. What can also happen is that with the constant head and the constant pressure, that there can be a downward push. And you won't know that unless and until you've installed wells in the upper portion and the deeper portion.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
All right, Commissioner Hughes.
No questions, thank you.
And Commissioner McKissick.
No questions at this time.
All right, questions on commissioners' questions? Any party have questions on commissioners' questions?
I have no questions.
No questions.
No questions from Duke.
All right, Ms. Crawley-Jones, any questions on commissioners' questions? All right, Ms. Crawley-Jones, I believe you're muted, but I believe you've said no questions. Okay. All right, Mr. Quarles, you may step down at this time. Ms. Crawley-Jones, I'll entertain motion from you.
At this time, we now move that Sierra Club Quarls Exhibits 1 through 4 be admitted into the record.
All right, hearing no objection to your motion, Ms. Crawley-Jones, it will be allowed.
And would request that the witness be excused for the DEC portion of this hearing.
Chair Mitchell, I would also move, this is Kiran Mehta, would also move the introduction into evidence of DEC Quarls cross-examination exhibit number 1.
All right, Mr. Meta, hearing no objection to your motion, it is allowed and the witness may be excused. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Quarles, for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
All right, Sierra Club, we are still with you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Sierra Club calls Ms. Rachel Wilson.
All right, good morning, Ms. Wilson. Let's raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Lee, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Rachel. Could you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Rachel Wilson, and my address is Synapse Energy Economics, 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a principal associate at Synapse Energy Economics.
On February 18th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 23 pages and 4 exhibits, some portions of which contain information designated confidential by the company?
Yes.
And on February 25th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket a corrected version of your direct testimony consisting of 23 pages, some portions of which contain information designated confidential by the company?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe the correction that was reflected in the February 25th testimony?
Sure. When I was gathering my work papers in response to a data request from the company, I noticed that certain spreadsheets underlying that analysis reflected nominal dollars instead of the 2019 dollars that I designated in my testimony. So I made the change to 2019 dollars, and that affected a small number of values in tables 4 and 5, which presented historical net energy value. However, this change did not affect any of my overall conclusions about the economics of the company's coal-fired units.
Thank you. And do you have any other changes, corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I don't.
Okay. And if I asked you the same questions again here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And Ms. Wilson, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
I did.
Okay. Chair Mitchell, we ask that Ms. Wilson's pre-filed corrected direct testimony consisting of 23 pages, some portions of which contain information designated confidential by the company, and her summary be moved into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that pre-filed Sierra Club Wilson exhibits 1 and 4 and confidential Sierra Club Wilson's exhibits 2 and 3 be marked for identification as pre-marked.
Chair Mitchell, you're on mute.
All right, Ms. Wilson's pre-filed testimony as corrected will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, as will the testimony summary that has been provided of Ms. Wilson's testimony. And the exhibits to Ms. Wilson's pre-filed testimony will be marked as they were, marked for identification as they were when pre-filed.
Thank you, Chair. The witness is available for cross-examination.
All right, Ms. Kells, you are up.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Wilson, my name is Andrea Kells. I'm here on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you're here today testifying on behalf of the Sierra Club, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree the Sierra Club is an environmental organization?
Yes, I believe that they call themselves such.
Are you familiar with one of the Sierra Club's projects called the Beyond Coal campaign?
I am familiar with that, yes.
And are you familiar with the stated goal of that campaign being to shut down all coal plants in the U.S. or work towards that goal?
Generally, yes.
And are you aware of Duke Energy's carbon emissions goals of reducing such emissions by 50% below 2005 levels by 2030 and achieving net zero emissions by 2050?
I am aware of those goals, yes.
Would you agree that to achieve those goals, Duke Energy will need to transition away from relying on its remaining active coal plants going forward?
I believe that's true, yes. There are, I think, several modeled scenarios that show different pathways to achieving that carbon reduction goal.
Would you agree that DEC has about 20,000 megawatts of total generation capacity on its system?
Subject to check, that sounds correct.
Would you agree that about 6,700 megawatts of that amount is coal-fired capacity?
It was my understanding that it was slightly higher than that number, but it could be based on a nameplate versus summer or winter rating. That's generally.
Okay, and if you want to reference it, it's on company witness Emil's direct testimony on page 3, line 12.
Thank you.
Would you agree that the company DEC has an obligation to provide safe and reliable electric service to its customers?
Yes, I would.
And would you agree that as the company makes that transition away from reliance on coal we discussed a moment ago, it has to make that transition while continuing to meet that obligation to customers?
That's correct, yes.
Now, your testimony recommends that the commission disallow recovery of all capital investments the company made in its coal fleet between the previous rate case and this one. Is that correct?
Yes. And I believe, though, I placed that contingency on the fact that the company DEC should present a demonstration that its units are in fact economic. And if it can't present such a conclusion, then at that point, the capital expenditure should be disallowed.
And so when you talk about the units being economic, are you referring to the analysis that you did of the coal fleet?
That's correct.
And your analysis looked at what you termed the net economic value of the fleet?
It did.
And you conducted that study in late 2019, early 20, I'm guessing, just based on when we filed the case and your testimony was filed?
That's right, yes.
And you relied for that analysis on data the company provided through discovery?
That's correct.
So that data included actual known costs incurred to maintain the coal units during the 2016 to 18 timeframe?
That's right.
And it also included actual known marginal cost of electricity on the system during that same timeframe?
In the form of a system lambda, yes. I'm sorry, that reflects net energy value. In my analysis includes fuel costs, variable O&M, fixed O&M, and then capital expenditures.
And your analysis wasn't intended and did not analyze what the company should have done with the information available to it at the time it incurred those costs to maintain these units, did it?
It did not.
And in your testimony, did you present any feasible alternative the company should have chosen instead of making any of these investments?
The company has an obligation to look at replacement alternatives, whether that be adding new generation, investments in energy efficiency or demand response. I didn't analyze any of those alternatives. My analysis simply looks at, it's a cash flow analysis of the company's coal-fired units. And it looks at the net energy value on the system, comparing the costs and energy benefits derived from the coal units over the 2016 to 2018 time period.
Okay, thank you.
It's not an IRP-like replacement analysis.
Okay. And did your testimony identify any particular investment the company should not have made?
No single investment, no. And as I point out in my testimony, the retirement of one unit would affect the relative economics of another. This doesn't look at the units as a whole. It takes them one by one. And if you were to look at the net energy values in my tables and in my testimony, you can see that they're in fact different for each of the units.
And are you familiar with the standard for cost recovery in North Carolina utility rate cases?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, well, are you generally aware that the utility seeking recovery must show that its costs were reasonably and prudently incurred?
That seems correct, yes.
And would you agree that that standard is applied based on the information the utility had available to it at the time?
That's generally how prudence is determined, yes.
Are you also generally aware that if a party wants to challenge the utility's costs, that party must identify specific instances of imprudence and provide a prudent alternative the utility should have chosen instead?
I was not aware of that, no.
Can you refer to what was pre-marked as DEC Exhibit 3?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure. And Chair Mitchell, this is actually DEC Exhibit 3 is the February 24th, 2020 final order in the Dominion rate case E22 sub 562. And I believe that's been taken judicial notice of. And so we don't need to make it a cross exhibit.
Okay, and we have taken judicial notice of this decision.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, just let me know when you're there.
I have it, yes.
Would you please turn to page 121 of the order? The page numbers at the bottom.
I'm sorry, I don't actually see the page numbers on this document.
Okay. So so you're looking at DEC Exhibit 3?
Yes, let me look in a different application. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm looking as well, and this is the document we downloaded from Duke's data site. There are no page numbers on my version either.
Sorry about that.
I have the PDF, page 121, is the heading at the top discussion and then subheading applicable legal principles?
That is right.
Okay, then I'm there.
All right. There is a paragraph that starts down there near the bottom of the page, and it is not completed, but the paragraph starts when setting. Do you see that paragraph?
I do, yes.
And if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, there's a sentence that starts challenging prudence. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you please read that sentence?
Challenging prudence requires a detailed and fact-intensive analysis, and the challenger is required to 1, identify specific and discrete instances of imprudence, 2, demonstrate the existence of prudent alternative, and 3, quantify the effects by calculating imprudently incurred cost. Harris order at 14-15.
Thank you. And I know you just read words on a page, but does that sound consistent with what I asked you before about the standard for challenging prudence?
It does sound consistent, yes.
And are you familiar with the concept of the cost of property used and useful as it's used in North Carolina?
I'm generally familiar with the used and useful standard, yes.
And in fact, your testimony discusses your interpretation of that standard, doesn't it, on page 21?
It does.
And in discussing the term useful, I'm on page 21. I think this is around line 9 or 10.
This is my direct?
Yes, your direct testimony, page 21.
Okay.
So I was on line 9 or 10, and so in discussing the term useful, you said there that where a power plant was planned prudently but may operate at higher costs than the economic value of the output for reasons beyond the utility's control and ability to reasonably foresee, a commission may find the plant prudent and used but not economically useful. Did I read or paraphrase that correctly?
You did, yes.
And you're not a lawyer, are you, Ms. Wilson?
I am not, no.
Has this commission ever adopted your definition of the word useful in applying this standard?
I don't know if this commission has adopted that particular definition, no.
Have you testified before this commission before in a rate case?
Not in a rate case, no.
Has any other utility commission accepted your specific interpretation of the term useful based on your testimony?
I can't recall offhand if I've ever put forth a definition of useful in testimony before a commission. I think the answer is no, but I may be wrong about the timing of testimonies that are filed.
Okay, you've submitted testimony in several jurisdictions, is that right?
That's right.
And so one of those, in addition to here in North Carolina, is you've testified on behalf of the Sierra Club in Georgia, is that right?
That's correct.
And you cite to that case, or one of them that you've been a part of in your testimony on page 20, when you make the recommendation the commission put a cap on the company's future capital investments in its coal fleet. Do you recall that testimony?
I do, yes.
And before we talk about the Georgia case, is it your understanding that in North Carolina rate cases, we look at costs incurred during a historical test year updated through a certain period to determine if they're reasonable and prudently incurred?
That's correct.
And that's different, isn't it, than if this state used, for example, a forward-looking test year or some model that allowed the commission and the parties to review investments in advance of incurring them. Would you agree with that?
Using a historical year would be different than using a forward-looking year, yes.
And so back on your testimony on page 20, line 11, you cite to the Georgia Public Service Commission as having imposed a cap like you propose here.
That's correct. And I'll note that that was in an IRP docket, not in a rate case docket.
Thank you for that clarification. And you attach that order in that case as Exhibit 4 to your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And the Georgia Commission adopted a stipulation in that case, didn't it?
It did.
Did the Sierra Club sign on to that stipulation?
I can't recall.
Well, if you will look at the order that you've attached as your Exhibit 4.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I'm there.
And will you turn to page 8 of that order?
I see that.
And so near the bottom, there's a sort of subheading that says non-signing parties positions. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you turn over to page, well, there's page 9. And then if you go to page 10, near the bottom, you can see that Sierra Club is listed as a non-signing party.
I do see that.
And so would you agree that Sierra Club was a non-signing party to the stipulation in that case?
Yes, I would.
And the Georgia Commission in that case specifically denied non-signing parties' recommendations, did it not?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Ms. Wilson, would you agree that the company's coal units are subject to certain state and federal environmental requirements coming under CAMA, federal CCR rule, and ELG rules?
Yes, I would.
And would you agree that almost half the capital investments the company's made in its coal fleet and is asking to recover here were made to comply with those environmental requirements?
I would agree with that, yes. However, it's my understanding of the CCR rule, at least, that certain of the retrofit expenditures might have been able to be avoided if the company is committed to retiring their coal units by a certain date. I don't specify in my testimony the volume or the amount of capital investment that might have been able to be avoided, but it's my understanding that there is a portion of that might have been avoidable.
Okay, yeah, and so you kind of led me to my next couple questions. So is it your general understanding that some of those requirements had to be done regardless of whether the units continue to operate? Things like installing the lined basins, for example, had to be done regardless of whether a unit operates or not, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then aside from projects like that, if the company was going to continue to operate these units, there were additional projects that it needed to do. For example, the dry bottom ash conversions. Correct? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
And as you suggested a minute ago, if the company had not done those additional environmental projects that were required in order to continue running those units, it would have needed to shut them down, correct?
That's right.
In your opinion, was that a feasible path for the company to have chosen to have not done these projects and to shut down these units?
I haven't analyzed that in my testimony. My testimony simply looks at the net energy value over the 3-year period. I'll note that my confidential table 5, in fact, removes capital expenditures from the analysis, and I see similar results in 2016 and 2017 in that each of the units incurred net negative value, and that it was only in 2018, which had a very cold January period, that those units are then positive, with the overall effect being that the majority of them over the combined period have a net negative energy value.
And your study that produced those results that you're discussing, your study didn't analyze how or consider how it would be feasible to shut down all those units and continue to meet service obligations, did it? That wasn't its purpose.
It did not, and in fact, I say that reliability would likely be affected if all of the units were to shut down, and that it wasn't my recommendation, in fact, that DEC shut down all of those units immediately, but that it look at the unit retirements, stack those unit retirements, and determine an economic pathway that's beneficial to ratepayers.
And when you were talking about that in your testimony where you said that retiring the entire fleet would likely lead to reliability issues, what you just mentioned, what were you referring to by reliability issues?
Generally, that the lights could potentially go out. As I think you know, utilities are required to hold a number of megawatts in excess of peak demand. So peak demand plus a required reserve margin. And we were talking about the total generating megawatts in Duke's fleet at the beginning of this question and answer period. And, you know, if the company were to retire 7,000 of 20,000 megawatts, it would leave it with 13,000, which is not sufficient to meet peak load plus a required reserve margin. There are other different reliability issues that could be caused by the retirement of an entire coal fleet, but you know, that's the primary issue that I was referring to.
Thank you. And do you think it's possible there could also be reliability issues with retiring, say, like a whole station or a subset of units, or did you look at that?
I didn't look at that in the testimony. It is certainly possible depending on the location, but it's also possible that there are a number of solutions that could alleviate that reliability concern.
And so I think you mentioned earlier about that the company hasn't, well, let me rephrase that. Part of your testimony is that the company has not justified these investments. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Would you agree that an analysis of whether or not to do an investment at a particular unit would look at first the cost of that investment as a starting point?
It would certainly include the cost of the investment. I'll note that in many instances with coal generating units across the nation, they are often operating at a net loss, and that includes units in vertically integrated territories and coal units in market areas. simply because of the competitive nature of gas-fired generation and renewables, which push marginal prices down. And oftentimes the operating constraints of coal units mean that those units are required to stay online, operating at a higher cost, even when they're uneconomic, just simply due to ramping constraints and startup and shutdown time periods. So, this is a challenge that coal units across the nation are facing, and, DEC is certainly not alone in that.
And would you find it reasonable that an analysis of whether to do an investment should also look at sort of the flip side of the cost of the investment, meaning any costs that might come up if the investment's not made and the unit needs to retire?
Could you give me an example of what you mean?
Sure. For example, do you think it would be a good idea for the company or any utility doing an analysis like this to look at the cost of any replacement generation that would be required if a unit were to retire?
That's one thing that the company could look at, sure. And it's my understanding that in the past, Duke has looked at replacement generation, but I would disagree with their methodology in that Duke often looks at the retirement of a unit and compares that to replacement with a combined cycle unit or a combustion turbine. It's not, in fact, true that capacity needs to be replaced on a one-for-one basis. Duke could instead take a portfolio approach where it looked at energy efficiency and renewable investments, smaller gas-fired unit if necessary. Capacity purchases are another option that could be examined. So the category of replacement generation could in fact take a variety of different forms.
And have you looked at what portion of of the company's coal-fired fleet it could have replaced with merchant purchases from merchant generation rather than make some of these investments?
I haven't looked at that. My understanding is that an all-source RFP issued by DEC would be the best way to get at that information as to what's available in the market.
Are you aware there's not a great amount of excess merchant generation available in the Carolinas?
I am not certain that that's true. I've read the opposite in other documents. I haven't seen, specific evidence one way or the other.
Do you recall that the company provided retirement analyses of Allen Station and Cliffside Unit 5 through discovery in this case?
That's correct, yes.
And so I'm going to ask you to look at DEC Exhibit 30. And Chair Mitchell, this is marked confidential, but I only have a few questions about it, and I've crafted them to not be directed at the confidential parts. And so I think we can continue in public session if you agree to that.
All right, Ms. Kells, I'm looking at the document now. We can proceed in open session. This is a Duke document, so I trust you will avoid discussion of confidential information. So you may proceed.
All right, thank you. So this was pre-marked as DEC Exhibit 30. So may we mark it now as DEC Wilson Cross Exhibit 1?
All right, for just abundance of caution, we're going to mark this confidential DEC Wilson cross-examination Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, so this is the company's response to Sierra Club data request 2-4. Have you seen this set of documents before?
I have, yes.
And so just to orient us or other folks who may not have looked at it before, the first page of the exhibit is the cover page to this response. And then on the next page, it's the request and the narrative response. And then starting on page 5, the entire exhibit is numbered. There is the study of the early retirement of Allen Station. That is a presentation. And then on page 21 starts a series of tables, and that is the underlying Allen analysis. And then at the back, starting on page 86, is the Cliffside retirement study summary presentation. Do you agree that you see all those parts there?
I do, yes.
Okay. And is this the information that you are recalling, the studies that were done?
That's right, yes.
And so I was just going to focus on page 21, which is the first page of the actual analysis of early retirement of Allen Station. I had to print mine out really big, so I hope you were able to do the same or have it on a screen.
I have it on the screen, yes.
Okay. And so, and you can see that, just to make sure we're on the same page, it's page 21, and it's top left-hand corner. There's various labels, but one of them says 01 period econ summary. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And I'll represent to you that this is the summary tab, or the first tab of the Allen retirement file. And so do you see on the most left-hand column, there's a series of types of costs and cost categories?
Yes.
And then across the top, do you see that there's 6 different, what we might call scenarios that each of these costs was evaluated in?
I do, yes.
And would you accept, for purposes of these questions, that, and I'm not going to say any of the numbers, but there are some numbers on this table that are, if you are looking at color, that are red and in parentheses, and that those indicate where the company concluded early retirement would avoid costs or save money?
Yes.
And would you also accept that the black numbers, not in parentheses, indicate where the company concluded that early retirement would incur additional costs?
Yes.
And so you can see that for many of these costs, there are savings in many cases, and there are additional costs in many cases. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And back on that left-hand column in the list of costs, if you go down to the second category that's in bold and it has a green line, it's called capital and FOM costs. Do you see that sort of in the middle of the table?
I do, yes.
And several lines under that, there's a label for accelerated generation. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then, again, without stating the numbers, in each scenario, there are indicated accelerated generation costs for each of the 6 scenarios. Do you see that?
I do.
And then at the bottom of the table, it's labeled total retirement savings. And would you agree that in 4 of the 6 scenarios, this study indicated that early retirement would result in additional costs to the company?
Yes, I do.
So, based on the results of this study, in your opinion, would it have been prudent for the company to not make required investments in Allen and retire it early and incur greater costs than it would otherwise?
I will say that the results of this study do in fact indicate that, but that I would object to a number of input assumptions that were made in this particular study.
And then I might have asked you this question. If so, I apologize. In preparing your testimony and analysis, you didn't look at the need for replacement capacity for any of the coal units if they were to shut down. Is that right?
I did not. First of all, it's unclear whether or not replacement capacity would be needed for all of the units. These units are different sizes, ranging from the smaller side to the larger side. And if Duke is in a position of excess capacity, it may need not replace one or more of the smaller units. And there are, again, a number of different replacement options that could be considered. I don't believe that a replacement needs to be one-to-one in terms of capacity. And so that is perhaps an issue where I would disagree with Duke's analysis.
And you also didn't analyze whether a particular unit would in fact need replacement capacity, did you?
I did not. Again, my analysis is meant to be more of a cash flow. I'm in fact requesting that Duke look at a replacement for its coal units, and my analysis simply indicates kind of a rank order of the units in terms of net energy value in this docket. So it might be a starting point for a replacement analysis, but it's certainly not meant to be a replacement analysis.
Did you mention this study in your testimony or exhibits?
I did not, no.
And we've been talking about it a bit, but did you analyze the data provided in these documents in preparing your analysis or testimony?
I looked at these data. I wouldn't say that I analyzed them, no. It appears to me that this analysis was done using modeling software, and the name of that software appears in this document. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it.
It's not, just to be careful.
Okay, and I didn't employ any sort of modeling software in my analysis.
And you've testified, correct, that the company has not justified its investments in the coal fleet. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you decided not to mention this analysis in your testimony, correct?
I did not mention this analysis in my testimony, no.
Did you use any of the information the company provided through discovery to conduct a retirement study of your own with regard to any of the coal units?
Not conduct a retirement study in this docket, no.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Chair Mitchell, those are all my questions.
All right, additional cross-examination for the witness? Any redirect for the witness?
Just one or two, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Wilson, you were just discussing this Allen analysis with Ms. Kells and understanding that the contents of it are confidential. Please only answer this question in general terms, keeping that in mind. You mentioned in response to one of her questions that you objected to a number of the input assumptions.
That's right.
If you could discuss those without revealing anything confidential, could you please do so?
Sure. Ms. Kells referenced the accelerated generation, and this analysis looks at a couple of different options for that accelerated generation, and Duke's input assumptions around that specifically are an area in which I would disagree.
Okay. And to your mind, is this type of analysis and the one that was conducted for Cliffside, are those comprehensive retirement analyses?
No, I don't believe so. These analyses specifically are designed to look at the decision around whether to retire or continue to operate a coal unit with a specific capital investment in mind. So in these analyses, DEC was looking at upcoming environmental rules and whether or not it was more economically beneficial to incur those additional costs associated with compliance with the rule or retire those units. And it's my opinion that now the economics of the United States coal fleet is such that coal units need to be analyzed on an ongoing basis to determine their economic value to ratepayers. It's not enough to look at these units when a specific larger capital investment is required, but to analyze them in an ongoing way to determine whether or not what I'll call sustaining CapEx is economically beneficial to ratepayers. Many of these units, Duke's included, are quite old, and they have lives that have gone now past what they were intended to operate when they were constructed. So utilities can continue to invest capital in them to keep them operating, past their originally intended useful lives, and that may not be in the best interest for ratepayers, particularly given the competitiveness of renewable energy today.
Okay, and just one follow-up to that answer. Given the age of Duke's fleet and the trends that we've seen in the U.S. Coal industry, electric generating industry, I should say, would your opinion about the need for continuing evaluation, would that continuing evaluation have been needed back in 2015, say?
So back in 2015, the trend was utilities then were looking at, they were in a similar situation, but this was with respect to the CASPER and MATS rules, which looked at regulations for SO2, NOx, and mercury. And so utilities were faced with the decision then, which was to install an FGD primarily, or other emissions control technologies, or many of them looked at replacement generation with combined cycle or combustion turbine unit, depending on the size. And the way that the economics kind of were trending in 2015 was that many of the smaller, older coal units, it was more economic to retire them. Whereas a lot of the larger, newer units, it was more economic to continue operation with the installation of control technologies. And as, in just the 5 years since those dockets were coming up around the country, the new trend has been that larger and newer units have also been retiring. And this is both because of, again, environmental rules and the investments necessary to comply with them, but it's also a matter of economics. And there are a number of coal-fired units that have retired or announced intent to retire in the next 5 years, simply due to economic pressure from competing generators.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, questions from commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Brown-Bland.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Gray.
No questions.
Commissioner Clodfelter.
Nothing from me.
Duffley.
No questions.
Hughes.
Yes. If I understand your testimony, you seem to be saying clearly that you do not recommend the retirement of DEC's entire coal fleet, and that once would likely lead to reliability issues in the service territory. How do you reconcile that recommendation with categorically excluding all costs of the coal fleet? I'm just trying to see how you would reconcile or explain that.
Sure. So my recommendation was to exclude the capital costs associated with keeping those coal-fired generators online until DEC could demonstrate that those units were economically necessary. And so that involves going back and showing between 2016 and 2018 that they had in fact done an economic analysis demonstrating that those units were cost effective for ratepayers. I haven't seen evidence in this docket that DEC has done that. It may exist and the company hasn't provided it, but I would, if it does exist, I would like to see it and have them provide it in support of their investments in their coal fleet.
And if they had done that and they had seen everything was negative, would you still stand by that you would not want to retire the entire coal fleet immediately?
So DEC's analysis would in fact take into account replacement capacity, and that takes time to bring online. So, my recommendation isn't that DEC retire its coal fleet now in 2020 or 2021, but rather it would need to look at replacement capacity in the instance where almost 7,000 megawatts of generation is retiring, determine what is the best economically for ratepayers and make those investments instead of continuing to invest capital into units that aren't in the economic interest of customers in North Carolina.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Commissioner McKissick.
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
All right, questions on commissioners' questions? Ms. Lee, any questions on commissioners' questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. All right, at this time, Ms. Wilson, you may step down. Ms. Lee, I'll entertain motion from you.
Yes. Chair Mitchell, we now move that Sierra Club Wilson Exhibits 1 and 3 and confidential Sierra Club Wilson Exhibits 2 and 3 be admitted into the record.
All right, hearing no objection to your motion, Ms. Lee, it will be allowed. Ms. Kells?
Yes, I move that DEC Wilson Cross Exhibit 1 or confidential DEC Wilson Cross Exhibit 1 be admitted into evidence at this time.
All right, without objection, hearing no objection to that motion, it is allowed.
And Chair, we also request that the witness be excused.
All right, Ms. Wilson, you may step down and you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
All right, at this point in time, I believe we're now with the public staff. Ms. Downey, Ms. Downey, you may call your witnesses.
Yes, Chair Mitchell. Public staff would call Jack Floyd and James McLaughlin.
All right, I see Mr. McLaughlin. I'm looking for Mr. Floyd. Mr. Floyd, sing out so I can see you.
Madam Chair, his office is just down from mine. I'll check to see if he's having a problem.
All right, please do so.
Apologies for the delay.
All right, well, we have a minute. We will break for lunch at 12:30, and we will end our day today at 4:30 as we have been doing. Tomorrow, we will begin at 8:30, just putting you all on notice. All right, I see Mr. McLaughlin is back. You have a report for us?
Yeah, he's getting on right now.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was down the hall.
Mr. Floyd, just in time. All right, gentlemen, would you please raise your right hands? You affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Downey, you may proceed.
Mr. McLaughlin, we'll start with you. Please state your name, business address, and present position.
My name is James McLaughlin. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh. I am the director of the Public Staff's Energy Division.
Mr. McLaughlin, did you prepare and cause to be filed on February 18, 2020, direct testimony in this case consisting of 38 pages, an appendix, and 2 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or changes to that testimony at this time?
I do not.
If the same questions were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Chair Mitchell, I would move that the direct testimony of Mr. McLaughlin be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that its exhibits be marked as filed.
All right, Ms. Downey, hearing no objection to your motion, it will be allowed.
Mr. McLaughlin, further, did you cause to be filed on July 31, 2020 testimony supporting the second partial stipulation between the public staff and the company consisting of 7 pages?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or changes to that testimony at this time?
I do not.
If the same questions were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Mitchell, I would move that the testimony of Mr. McClawhorn supporting the second partial stipulation be copied into the record if given orally from the stand.
All right, hearing no objection to your motion, Ms. Downey, it is allowed.
Mr. McClawhorn, do you have a summary of your direct and second stipulation supporting testimony that was served to the other parties in the commission?
Yes.
Chair Mitchell, I would move that Mr. McClawhorn's summaries of his direct and second stipulation supporting testimony be moved into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Hearing no objection, that motion is allowed.
And we'll move to Mr. Floyd.
Mr. Floyd, you have previously testified during the consolidated portion of the hearing,
Yes.
and so we already introduced you, but go ahead and give your name and title again, please.
I'm Jack Floyd, engineer with the Energy Division of the Public Staff.
And Mr. Floyd, since the consolidated hearing, you filed in this docket an errata to your first supplemental testimony that was entered into the record at the consolidated hearing, as well as 4 corrected exhibits. And you also filed second supplemental testimony consisting of 14 pages and 4 exhibits, both of those on September 8th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
In regard to the corrected first supplemental testimony, besides the corrections that you filed on September 8th, do you have any further changes or corrections?
Not at this time, no.
So if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same as the corrected testimony?
They would.
And Mr. Floyd, in regard to the second supplemental testimony, do you have any changes or corrections to that pre-filed second supplemental testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you have any changes or corrections to the exhibits to your second supplemental testimony?
No.
And I missed a question. Did you have any further changes or corrections to the corrected exhibits to your first supplemental testimony?
No, I do not.
Okay. And did you prepare a summary of your direct first supplemental and second supplemental testimony?
Yes, I did.
Chair, Mr. Floyd's direct and original first supplemental testimonies were entered and copied into the record in the consolidated hearing, and the exhibits to those testimonies were marked for identification at that time. So today I would like to move that the pre-filed errata to Mr. Floyd's first supplemental testimony. Mr. Floyd's first supplemental testimony is corrected. His second supplemental testimony and summary be entered into the record in this proceeding and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that Mr. Floyd's exhibits attached to the corrected first supplemental testimony and the second supplemental testimony be marked for identification as Floyd corrected first supplemental exhibits 1 through 4 and Floyd's second supplemental exhibits 1 through 4.
Chair Mitchell, this is Christina Kress with SIGFR. I would object to the admission of Mr. Floyd's second supplemental testimony for the same reasons that I provided in detail on the record yesterday morning. I will spare the commission those details here because I believe I sufficiently belabored evidentiary objections concerning his second supplemental testimony yesterday morning, but I would just like to note my renewed objection for the record. Thank you.
All right, noting the renewed objection of counsel for SIGFR 3, I will allow your motion, Ms. Edmondson.
Thank you. And the panel is available for cross-examination.
All right, we will begin with the commercial group. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, it's a privilege to cross-examine such an illustrious group. Mr. McClawhorn, let's begin with you, if I may. Direct you to page 33 of your direct testimony. Are you there, sir? Mr. McClawhorn, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Jenkins.
Okay. At page 33 of your direct testimony, you provide there and in your exhibits the results of 3 class cost of service studies. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you do that?
Well, several reasons. One of the cost of service studies, the summer winter peak and average, is at the time of the filing of my direct testimony is the public staff's preferred cost of service methodology. The summer CP or SCP is the one that Duke filed and that they preferred with their pre-filed their application in this proceeding. And then the winter coincident peak was one that Duke had also included in their application. So I provided analysis and comments on those 3 methodologies. In addition, the commission had expressed some interest in a order they issued in January. I believe it was January 20th or thereabouts. I'd have to check that date, in that they wanted the public staff to comment on an analysis of various cost of service methodologies.
And so do you believe that providing various class cost of service study method results might give the commission a better view concerning those results?
Well, it certainly allows them to look at these 3 in particular and see what type of results were produced during the test year of 2018.
Okay. And one of the methods is the winter coincident peak that you mentioned that uses DEC's current yearly peak. Is that correct?
It used the peak for 2018, yes.
Under that WC method that you also show in your exhibit 2, doesn't the OPT class currently provide revenues that greatly exceed DEC's cost to serve that class?
Under that methodology, it did provide a rate of return that was in excess of the retail rate of return for that given year, yes. Although,
and if you were,
may I finish my answer? Although I would note that in the other 2 methodologies that were presented, the SCP, which Duke has advocated in this case, and the SWPA, the OPT rates of return were substantially below the retail rate of return for 2018.
And if you were to blend the results from these 3 class cost of service methodologies, wouldn't the blended results show that the OPTG class should receive a rate increase that is below the system average?
I have not done that analysis to determine what the rate increase would be. If you averaged the rates of return together, you would certainly get a number that is above the rate of return for SCP and SWPA, although I'm not a fan of averaging averages because you're not always comparing apples to apples. In that case, you would be comparing rates of return that were based on different levels of rate base, since the different methodologies arrive at different NC retail rate base amounts. Also, I think what it would be showing you is that the WCP methodology results in a substantially different result than the other two methodologies. So it's, you know, for lack of a better term, if you're comparing the three, it would appear to be somewhat of an outlier, and we can talk about the reasons why if you want to, but I'll leave that up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have for Mr. McClawhorn. I do have other questions for Mr. Floyd, but this might be a good time to break.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. We will go off the record now. We will go back on at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Jeffries, can you please turn off your video? Thank you.
John, are you online?
Yes, sir. What's up?
I was just doing a technical check in case I get on the witness stand this afternoon.
Sure. Audio and video looks good. You're good to go, sir.
Right. Do you know if y'all care whether if I log out of this and then come back in at the time, or will that be satisfactory, or do I need to just stay logged
You might
in?
want to just stay. I mean, just mute and turn off your video. Just stay in the background. It's fine.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's much easier to do that than to log back in just in case.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Joanne, are you ready to go? Okay, perfect. Give everybody another minute or two to get on. All right, it's 1:30. Let's go back on the record, please. We will resume with cross-examination for the McLaughlin-Floyd panel. Mr. Jenkins, we're with you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Floyd, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Good. Now, we've both been involved in too many of these Duke rate cases than we might care to admit. Isn't that right?
Yes, you may have a few more under your belt than me.
Now, do I understand correctly, the gist of your stated opposition to the commercial group settlement is that you prefer not making any changes now in rate schedules that might impact a future study of rate design?
I think that's a fair statement. I have approached this whole subject with a rather cautionary stance. And I have expressed at all levels, I think, the caution that I think needs to be placed on this study. It is a large, formidable task, and to do anything at this time, I think, is taking stale data and trying to fit it into something that really needs to serve the utility of the future. I asked the company through discovery if they had updated analysis of cost curves, revenue curves, a bunch of other questions related to load research. And the responses that I got were basically, we maintained the existing rate structures. The last analysis was done in the last case, the sub 1146, and that was a limited analysis. So with all of that said, I just feel like from a comprehensive perspective.
All right, Mr. Floyd, I have to interrupt you. I apologize. We're getting significant feedback here. Please everyone double check that your lines are muted. I don't know where that feedback is coming from. All right, Mr. Floyd, we may be having a problem with your line.
Mitchell, you're muted at this point.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, while Mr. Floyd is responding to your questions, mute the line.
It is muted.
No, you're not muted. All right, now you're muted, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Floyd, you may proceed with your response.
Well, I'll just close in response that that I think one of the things that has gotten us to the place we are today in terms of rate design is that, and Mr. Jenkins kind of highlights some of the history we've had with these rate cases. I think Duke Carolinas is now, this is the 6th case in what I call the modern era of rate cases since about 2007. And there have been very little change in terms of rate design through that whole period. The biggest change has, I think, occurred with the OPT class, the consolidation that, if Mr. Jenkins, I think, will agree, was forced upon the parties to be done. Lighting has been addressed in terms of structure and costing out the components of the lighting rate schedules, and we're facing a new utility paradigm that I believe requires new study, new data, new research, and to do anything piecemeal at this time is limiting that comprehensive study. And again, I can't stress enough that I believe a comprehensive approach with all the stakeholders is really what's necessary at this time.
Thank you. You're not saying that you substantively oppose the OPT changes that the commercial group settlement would implement?
I'm not opposed to them per se. And let me say this, I'm not opposed to, I'll use the off-peak energy rate as an example. I think Mr. Pirro, in his testimony, conveyed that that rate was developed taking into account a better understanding of the on-peak, off-peak cost relationships, rather than simply applying an across-the-board percentage increase. That being said, I've not seen any analysis behind that, but I take him at his word. I've had a good working relationship with Mr. Pirro. If that's the case, then that is a positive step in rate design. However, that is an isolated adjustment or change in structure. And again, my cautionary stance is predicated on looking at all of the factors: OPT, residential, lighting, the whole works. And then where can we go with adopting rate schedules that facilitate the electric vehicle adoption and things like that? You know, these are just things that I'm bantering around, but you know, I will take Mr. Pirro at his word that the 3 cents or 3.02 cents off-peak rate in the OPT small secondary energy rate is, the way he described it the other day, is a positive step.
Thank you. When will new rates from the next?
All right, Mr.
Excuse me, Chair Mitchell, I'm having a bit of a technical difficulty over here. If I could take just 1 minute off the record, I think I can clear it up.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Mr. Jenkins, can we test your audio?
Yes, sir. How does this sound?
All right, sound good. We're trying to figure out where that feedback was coming from. So do you mind talking just a little bit more, please?
Yes. Hopefully we can get everything cleaned up. I think you guys are doing a great job, though.
I appreciate it. Now, you know, we're trying to nail it down, but I'm not too sure who's producing feedback. So one person at a time. So thank you.
Mr. McCoy is Lucy Evans, and I think Mr. Floyd didn't mute his microphone while Mr. Jenkins was speaking. I think that may have been the source.
Okay. Let's see him on here. All right. Mr. Jenkins, if you don't mind telling Ms. Floyd to mute when he's finished talking, or the chairman, that'd be great. I think that could be the possibility. We'll try it.
Good.
All right, it appears that our court reporter is back up and ready to.
I'm sorry, I need 1 more minute, something with my machine. I just need to.
All right. Okay.
It malfunctioned again. I apologize.
Mr. Floyd, this is your attorney. If you'll be sure to mute your microphone when Mr. Jenkins is speaking, I think there was some feedback.
Okay, I'm doing it the same way I did it earlier this week.
Thank you.
Chair Mitchell, I'm ready.
All right, let's go back on the record. Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Floyd, you may proceed.
Thank you. And you're doing a great job, Chair Mitchell, with a difficult set of circumstances. Mr. Floyd, when will rates from Duke's next rate case go into effect?
Typically a month or so after the final order, they will be required to comply or to file a compliance filing. And we'll review that, make comments as necessary, and the commission will issue an order.
So that could be 2023, 2025, anytime, right?
I would not expect it to take that long. I mean, in this proceeding, it's typically 60 to 90 days before we get an order, and then another 30 days. So early, at this point, early 21.
I'm sorry, my question was for the next Duke rate case.
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea when the company will file a proceeding. We have asked that such a study take place, but that it be completed either before or incorporated into the next case.
Now, you don't believe that any comprehensive review of rates will necessarily end all disputes with respect to rates, do you?
I'm not giving a Pollyanna answer to that. No, I don't. I think there will always be disputes in rate design. If anything, it is mostly art, sprinkled with some science and data. But until all the parties can come together on all the issues, which I don't ever expect while I'm here, we'll continually have dispute.
Now, you've been fairly consistent over the years in suggesting more comprehensive rate studies, haven't you?
Over the years, I think this is the first case that the public staff has actually put pen to paper in direct testimony with this concept. But I have certainly talked about it internally with folks, and whether or not it's intervening counsel that thinks I go rogue, my own attorneys think I do that a lot. I don't. I have pushed rate design and cost of service. I mean, these are inextricably linked. I have pushed both to modernize, because for the last 10 years, whether it started with the smart grid initiative, smart meters, and everything that has happened since, I see electric utility service changing, and rate design has not. And rate design needs to move into the modern era.
Well, for example, in the last rate case, let's look at your testimony there. And Chair Mitchell, I'd ask that the commission take administrative notice of the direct testimony of Jack Floyd, pre-filed on January 23, 2018, and docket E7 sub 1146.
All right, hearing no objection, the commission will take judicial notice of Mr. Floyd's testimony filed on January 23rd, 2018, and E7 sub 1146.
Thank you. At page 14 through 15 of that testimony, you noted that DEC, quote, did not propose substantial changes to the structure of its rate schedules, end quote, because smart meters were still being installed and that DEC would develop innovative rate designs in the future. You recall that?
Can Mr. Floyd get a copy of that?
Unfortunately, because the testimony was filed so late, we did not, it was after the time for us to provide copies, but do you recall that, Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, you're muted.
I'm holding my space bar down and it's not working. So is it working now? Okay. I'm familiar with the testimony. I may not be literally familiar with all the words.
And do you recall that despite waiting for future rate designs, you testified the commission should address 3 rate design issues in the last DEC rate case: the basic facilities charge, standby charges, and lighting?
I do.
Now, before that, in the 2009, 2011, and 2013 DEC rate cases, the commercial group pointed out intra-class subsidies within the OPT rate class, and the commission made steps to eliminate those subsidies. Do you recall that period?
I do, and I think at this point in time, most of those issues, at least to my knowledge today, have been resolved.
Madam Chair, I'd ask that the commission take administrative notice of the final order of September 24, 2013, and docket E7 sub 1026.
All right, hearing no objection, the commission will take judicial notice of the final order issued in E7 sub 1026.
And Mr. Floyd, I do so because there's a good summary of this history in that order. But in that case, a staff DEC stipulation was reached that, among other things, would delay any OPT changes until some additional study was performed. And the commission, in its final order, with respect to that OPT subsidy issue at page 98, stated that, quote, "It cannot allow the imbalance that is already known to continue while the company and public staff study the situation for another year or two," end quote. And my question is, wouldn't you agree one reason for the commission to do so is that however helpful rate design studies can be, the commission's statutory duty is to ensure that ratepayers that are actually paying the bills now should have rates that are as fair and reasonable as possible.
I would agree with that, but like I said, I believe most of those issues have been resolved. There are certainly technical and structural changes that really need to be addressed, but well, I think all of that, except for maybe the sub 1146 case, certainly did not have the benefit of advanced metering infrastructure. And that really is the underpinning cornerstone for moving from what I call traditional rate design into a more modern era of rate design. And for Duke Carolinas, as I understand, they are pretty much done with the smart meter AMI deployment and have already started to collect load research. That load research is where the basis of any new rate design should start. Anything outside of that under the traditional approach would simply be an exercise of moving $1 of cost to another, from one bucket to another. And that's what I want to try to avoid in this case. Now, I admit I have agreed with the company's status quo design because I simply don't have any new data or analysis on which to base any new type of rate design. But that's why I'm pushing so hard, Duke, and really I'm pushing all the other parties. The public staff is kind of in the middle of the road here on this, but we're pushing for a new paradigm of rates. And I think the history that you explained certainly conveys the frustrations of both the public staff and the commission, and the need to move past the traditional way of doing rate design.
You'd agree, wouldn't you, Mr. Floyd, that this has been a very rough year for businesses in North Carolina?
As it has for everyone, yes.
Yes. In fact, are you aware that one member of the commercial group, namely J.C. Penney, was forced to file a bankruptcy petition since this rate case began?
I've seen news reports of such, yes.
So isn't it true that individual businesses may not have a number of years to wait for additional rate review?
I understand the and sympathize with that a little. However, when we are talking a $5+ billion revenue requirement for a monopoly utility service, I don't see how we do anything quickly.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Nothing further.
All right, Sigfer.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am going to be looking at a different device. I've got multiple screens going here. I'm sure you can relate. So although it's probably not going to look like I'm looking at you, I am, and I'm going to try to make this interaction feel as organic as possible, if that's even feasible under the current circumstances. So, Mr. McLawhorn, I will start with you, if that's all right, sir.
That's fine.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the company acts in reliance upon directives and decisions of this commission?
Among other regulatory authorities, yes.
And is it also fair to say that interveners likewise act in reliance upon this commission's directives and decisions?
I would say the interveners certainly pay attention to the directives of the commission. They're free to advocate positions that may not agree with past commission decisions, as long as they're within their legal bounds.
Okay. Would you agree that pollution control costs benefit all customers?
Yes, there's some benefit. I would think they may benefit some customers more than others. Certainly, as we've heard a lot of testimony in this case and the last rate case about coal ash, we've seen the effects of impacts on groundwater, and the attempts to mitigate that have a greater impact to customers who live closer to the plant sites than they do to others. But I would generally agree with that statement.
So benefits flow to all customers, but perhaps geographic proximity to the origin of the pollution, the benefits for those customers would be greater. Is that sort of the logic?
For some environmental costs, yes. I don't think you can make just a blanket statement. I picked out one particular area of environmental remediation in particular.
Understood. Would you agree with me that the public staff has included numerous safeguards to protect ratepayer interests in its second stipulation and settlement with the company?
Could you be a little bit more specific? And I have a copy of the stipulation if you want to direct me to that.
Does the stipulation contain parameters in which the company must act as it relates to the grid improvement program, specifically pertaining to numerous details on program components and time limits on those programs?
It certainly does address the grid improvement program, and it has, for example, specific programs that we stipulated with the company that would be included in any deferral if the commission agrees with the stipulation. And there was language about reporting requirements and other things that the public staff will work with the company and other parties on.
Okay. Sir, the commission has been approving the customer component in the allocation of distribution costs since 1973. Is that right?
You're talking about the monthly fixed customer charge. It has been approved by this commission for many decades. I don't know the exact year when it began, but I'm sure it was in a part of the proceedings in 1973.
Okay, so would you agree with me, subject to check, that its origins date back to docket numbers E7 sub 145 and E22 sub 141?
I'm more familiar with the E22 docket, and I believe that's the one in which the commission approved the minimum system approach. I think, I'm not looking back at my notes, but I assume that's the one you're referring to for Dominion. It was VEPCO at the time.
So just by my count, would you agree that that's 47 years now that the commission has been approving this method of cost allocation for components within the distribution system?
It's been 47 years since that was approved. I don't know that there's been explicit approval by the commission in each and every case since then. I guess by not speaking to it, you could say there was implicit approval by the commission, but I don't know that there's, I know for a fact there hasn't been explicit approval in their orders in each and every case.
Okay. Although the public staff has in this proceeding insinuated that much has changed about the provision of electric service since 1992, and therefore the NARUC cost allocation manual perhaps should not be given as much weight as an authoritative source, the public staff did in fact rely on the NARUC cost allocation manual and cited to it in support of the conclusions that the public staff reached in its 2019 report on the minimum system method. Is that correct?
We did, and I'll state why. And I'll also say that as I answer these questions, Mr. Floyd was more directly involved with the development of the report, so he may wish to add to my comments. But yes, we certainly did cite to the 1992 NARUC cost allocation report as it's mentioned in the regulatory assistance project report that came out in January of this year. There really has been no comprehensive analysis of cost of service methodology since that report in 1992 that was issued by NARUC. So that is certainly a reason why we referenced it when we issued our report back, I believe it was in 2019 or 2018. I think it was 2019. And then now we have a new study that was produced by the Regulatory Assistance Project this year. So at least we have something else on a national comprehensive level to look to other than just the NARUC report.
Mr. Floyd, is there anything you want to add?
Let me see if I can get this button to work. The only thing that I would add really is that, one of the final conclusions of that report asked the commission to convey its interest and seek a new NARUC study on this very topic. And I don't know where that stands at the moment, but the Regulatory Assistance Project document came out earlier this year, and it provides a new opportunity to look at cost allocation and to some extent rate design. I do believe that that both are important enough and to move into a different view, different analysis, different perspective, whatever word you want to come up with, to address this future utility service rate design question that I'm trying to get everyone to talk about.
So this 2019 report, and that's how I'm going to refer to the public staff's report that it published in 2019 on the minimum system method at the direction of the commission. This 2019 report, you would agree with me, was pretty comprehensive and pretty thorough, right?
It was a good report. We relied heavily on what the company's descriptions of the minimum system approaches that they took, and we formulated our opinions about where to go. And you know, at the end of the day, it really is an exercise in determining how distribution costs are to be allocated, and the public staff continues to believe that that there is a demand-related portion to that and a customer-related portion to that, and that whether or not it is the minimum system method that is used or something else, both of those points need to be considered in the allocation of distribution costs going forward.
But the 2019 report specifically stated that the minimum system method is reasonable for establishing the maximum amount to be recovered in the fixed or basic customer charge.
If I might, and then I'll let Mr. Floyd respond to that. It did address that, Ms. Kress. I think it's a reflection of the fact that there had not been any other comprehensive literature that had been produced at that point. We analyzed the different methodologies for allocating cost to fixed customer cost from the different methodologies that were included in the 1992 NARUC report. And it is also a reflection of the fact that, to tie it back to Mr. Floyd's rate design study plea, for lack of a better word, that many customers, well, there are only, for some customers and residential in particular, there are only two ways to recover costs: through the monthly fixed charge and through an energy charge. And as more and more customers, including residential customers, have the ability to bypass or to reduce their energy consumption while their other fixed costs may not necessarily go down commensurate with their energy reduction, if you build all of these demand charges into the energy charge, or a substantial portion, not all of them, but a substantial portion, then there's going to be a shifting of costs among customers, and some customers are not going to be paying their share of the cost that they impose or rely upon the system for.
Is there anything you were going to add, Mr. Floyd?
No.
Okay. If you could pull that report out for me, and it's already been admitted into the record. I believe it was identified as DEC Hager Redirect Exhibit 1.
Have that.
I'll wait for Mr. Floyd. You know, and please, I should have said this at the outset, but both of you, please feel free to interject at any time. I do feel like there's a lot of bleed over between the topics that you two cover. And so some of these questions certainly were a toss-up as between who would be the most appropriate candidate for answering them. Mr. Floyd, do you have it in front of you now?
I do.
Okay. And so if you'll just read with me, page 16, starting with the last paragraph that begins on page 16 and carries over to page 17. This report states in part that after our review, the public staff believes that the use of MSM, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that means minimum system method, by electric utilities for the purpose of classifying and allocating distribution costs is reasonable for establishing the maximum amount to be recovered in the fixed or basic customer charge. While not precise, MSM is a logical methodology for classifying costs of a distribution system as demand or customer related. Is there anything about those two sentences that your testimony here today is changing or contradicting?
In terms of rate design or cost of service or both?
In terms of anything that these two sentences could possibly apply to?
No, I responded a moment ago that, you know, the public staff still believes that distribution costs have a demand-related component and a customer-related component. The minimum system method, the MSM, is a reasonable approach to distinguishing what portions are demand-related and what portions are customer-related. That has not changed. I think, you know, we also say in the report that the minimum system method establishes a maximum. And I think from the pre-file testimony of other interveners, the Justice Center and others that have discussed the impacts on low usage, low income customers, the minimum system method gives us a maximum amount. And I've explained this in previous cases, is that this is somewhat of an art to determine. And what we have typically used the minimum system to do is to set up boundaries, establish a maximum boundary in this case. And then at a minimum, we've looked at the basic customer method. And we feel like somewhere in between lies the answer. And that, I think that approach is consistent with this report, or this report's consistent with that approach. But there's a recognition through all of this that, as James mentioned just a moment ago, about the only place to get revenue out of certain rate schedules is either a basic customer charge or an energy charge. And those two charges must work together to cover the customer related, the demand related, and the energy related cost of service. And between the two elements produces the necessary revenue. So there's a method to the madness between establishing boundaries for where a basic customer charge lands. And that's really all, at the end of the day, what we've done. And as long as we're somewhere in the middle, we try to look at and apply cost causation as much as possible. But then again, we have the policy objectives of not trying to impose too significant of an increase in a basic customer charge, which does rely heavily on the determination from the minimum system method. But we try not to impose such a significant change in that charge in any particular rate case.
And if I could just add on to what Mr. Floyd said, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding in the report from the section that you read, Ms. Kress, which you correctly read it. The public staff in its report said that the minimum system methodology is a reasonable method. We did not say it's the ideal method or the best method or the greatest method, but it is a reasonable method for this determination. As you have pointed out, it has been used since 1973, so it's been in practice for a very long time. But this, and as Mr. Floyd has said several times, this is not an art. There's no cookbook to flip open and give you the exact temperature or the exact number. If there were, we wouldn't be sitting here having questions from all different parties and all the interest on this. So that's where the art comes in. So yes, I totally agree with Mr. Floyd's testimony that minimum system sets a maximum amount. And I believe the minimum intercept method, or one of the others, I'd have to go back and get the exact terminology, sets somewhat of a minimum boundary. And I guess the public staff and other parties make recommendations, and then the commission uses its judgment and determination to decide where between those two numbers is the correct amount.
Okay, and Mr. McLaughlin, you said that it was primarily Mr. Floyd who was involved in the 2019 report from the public staff on the minimum system method, but you certainly would have had to read and approve and sign off on that report before it went out the door. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would say Mr. Floyd was the public staff's lead technical investigator on that report, but as his direct supervisor, I was certainly involved and aware, and not just at the very end, but I did read the report and yes, signed off on it and made the recommendation to hire public staff management.
Okay, and so we've talked about how long of a standing precedent we have here as it pertains to this particular cost allocation methodology. Would you agree that it would take a pretty compelling reason to depart from many decades of rate-making practice and precedent?
We certainly don't make changes for no good reason, just to change. We do change things from time to time. If there was a convincing argument that there was a better way to analyze and to go about something, we would certainly be open to that, and giving consideration to, we would not want to make wholesale changes that might cause some sort of rate shock. Barring that, we would not be opposed to recommending a change.
Okay, so you conceded that there has to be a good reason. How good of a reason are we talking?
Well, it would need to be theoretically sound first and foremost. I'm not sure I know how to answer your question completely. It's sort of like I would know it when I saw it, but there would have to be evidence that was presented that said this is a better way. And I'm certainly not discounting that. We have, through the changes in technology that have been referenced numerous times, we have new information available to us or becoming available to us through the use of AMI, data collection, and other things that we've never had before as cost of service analysts and rate design analysts. It's just never been available.
Would you agree that the commission has tools available to it to achieve its objectives of parity and equity and fairness that do not necessarily include changing the fundamental allocation methodology that has historically been used?
I'm not sure I 100% follow your question. The commission has tools available to it to ensure equity without making changes. I mean, they have the data that they've always had. That oftentimes that data is very broad. It's not discrete in many cases. It's the best that we've had. So given that, the commission had the ability to make the decisions that it needed to make. That doesn't mean if there's better information or better ways that we can't refine what we've done historically and improve upon it.
In other words, the cost allocation methodology is not necessarily the only way that the commission could perhaps address some of its concerns related to issues of equity or social justice. Is that fair to say?
Well, I wouldn't presume to speak for the commission on what they think they can and can't do. Some of those issues, I know some people have concerns with the legal bounds around that. And, I would not want to suggest what the commission could and could not do from an equity or social policy standpoint.
Yeah, Ms. Kress, I'd like to interject some response to that too. My take on General Statute 62-133 gives the commission a very wide latitude in determining rate design and rates and looking at how rates are set in terms of the revenue requirement they are trying to achieve. That wide latitude certainly can address some of the things without being more specific, but it relies upon the facts of each case, where we end up in terms of how those customers relate to one another in producing the assigned revenues, and we do that in the context of a rate of return on rate-based calculation, and then looking at these other policy objectives that that the commission or the General Assembly or have imposed upon the commission that need to be implemented as part of that rate design. It's the question of how many tools or what tools they have is a very, I believe, a wide open question that I believe the statute gives the commission a wide latitude.
Okay. Would you gentlemen agree that a change in the cost allocation methodology could have profound impacts across all rate paying classes?
That is a possibility. That's something that would be looked at in any study. I don't know if you're working your way into the recommendation in my pre-file direct and in the stipulation that the company has agreed to look at a variety of different cost allocation methodologies. But assuming that you are, I'll go ahead and go to that. That is certainly one of the things we will be looking at. I don't think anyone would want to advocate for a change that was going to have drastic detrimental impacts on certain customers.
Ms. Chris, the methodology is one part of the question. That certainly imposes constraints and provides perspective for the cost of service. But the other question, or another part of that question, I believe, has to do with the cost of service structure itself. And let's talk about Duke Carolinas a little bit. Duke Carolinas has 5 broad customer classes: residential, general service, industrial, lighting, and the OPT, which is basically the non-residential time of use schedule. And there are sub pieces of the OPT. Those are fairly broad classes that encompass a lot of customers. And one of the reasons that I've been pushing a rate study, and along with that, a cost of service study, I reckon, is that load research may actually show that we have different types of customers within these broad classes. We need to study that. And I think some of that study is already underway with the study the commission ordered in, I believe it's the E-100 sub 101 interconnection docket. Duke is working on that now and may have something to produce for us sometime in the fall, or sometime soon. But it is not necessarily, or not only, a question of methodology. We need to look at how the structure of the cost of service also impacts rate design.
Okay, just briefly, let me pause for a moment and address Chair Mitchell quickly. Chair Mitchell, I'm not sure if the company's revised witness list has made its way to you following the changes from yesterday, but I did just want to make you aware that SIGFR requested more time than it had initially requested following Mr. Floyd's second supplemental testimony on Monday. We have now requested 30 minutes for this panel, and I do have quite a few questions left, but I will try to pick up the pace. I was just making you aware that it wasn't still a 5-minute reservation.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Kress. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. McLaughlin, you acknowledge the possibility that a change in cost allocation methodology could have profound impacts across rate-paying classes. Would you also concede that some of those impacts might be unforeseen?
Certainly anything is possible. I mean, I can't make a determination going into something when we haven't even looked at it yet. But yeah, again, that's one of the recommendations that, or one of the agreements in the stipulation, that an analysis would look at the pros and cons of any such methodology that's studied. And even so, even if there were a change in cost allocation methodology, and let me just say, nobody has recommended that something be changed at this point. It's merely been a recommendation that there be a study looking at it, because we have not done this. We've been, using the same thing for, you cited 40 plus years for the minimum system methodology. We may have been using the same cost allocation methodology longer than that. Certainly it's been in use, the current methodology has been in use since before I was here. There are arguments that parties would make that means you shouldn't change. But we know that the electric utility industry is changing. The way costs are being incurred and the reasons they're being incurred are changing. The types of facilities that are being installed now, we're moving more away from central generating plants to more distributed generation, more focus on the transmission and distribution system. It's time to take a look at a lot of things, and cost allocation methodology being one of those. And today the public staff has certain parameters and that it follows even within a cost allocation methodology for how revenues are allocated or apportioned among classes to avoid any type of sudden shift in revenues that we often refer to as rate shock. And I'm certainly not proposing that wouldn't still be a consideration if we were to change cost allocation methodologies. I think that would be important to keep that in mind.
So I think if I'm hearing you correctly, you would agree with me, would you not, that it would be premature as we sit here today to depart from the Commission's standing precedent on this issue without first undergoing and undertaking the very thorough, comprehensive, and transparent studies that you both are discussing. Is that fair?
Yes, and I think that's exactly what my testimony says and what is included in the stipulation. And if anybody read it any differently, then I didn't do a very good job with my testimony. That is all that was intended by what's in there.
Is it fair to ask other customers to pay a portion of the costs that the company incurs to connect customers to its system?
You mean new customers?
Yes, to connect new customers.
Well, that's an interesting question. Certainly, we've got a public, this is a utility is a public service company. It's sort of a we're all in this together company, and nobody has discrete rates that they pay just for their service and just the exact cost of their service. So, you know, I may not be interpreting your question exactly right, but for instance, a new customer comes on the company system. If they're at the distribution level, they're going to be costs to connect that customer to the system. Of course, distribution costs are pretty much directly assigned to the customer classes where they occur, or very close to that. So they're pretty much recovered from customers within their class. But yeah, if you ask a new customer to pay, the full freight for sort of a marginal cost to be connected to the system, we would be departing from our historical use of average cost. So the customers that are there today had the benefit of paying average costs when I guess to go back to an old phrase, everybody was a new customer at some point in time on the utility system, and that the historical average embedded cost methodology is how rates have been set historically. And so I don't know if that answers your question or not. I rambled a little bit.
That's quite all right. Hopefully these next couple questions will be more straightforward. Primary customers don't use secondary lines. Is that right?
As a general rule, that's correct, I believe. Mr. Floyd may have a different thought on that, but I believe that's generally correct.
And same thing for transmission customers?
If you're a transmission customer and you take service directly off the transmission system, then there should not be a direct impact to the distribution network, barring some unforeseen odd power flow issues.
So you would agree that customers served from sub-transmission or single customer substations should not be allocated secondary or primary voltage costs?
Would you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I'm thinking.
Sure. You would agree, wouldn't you, that customers served from sub-transmission or single customer substations shouldn't be allocated secondary or primary voltage costs?
I guess taking your question in a vacuum, that sounds reasonable. I'd have to think about that a little longer. I hesitate to give an absolute answer on the spot.
Well, I'll go with the one you just gave, which was that it sounds reasonable.
Okay, that's fine.
So moving on to the DEC has always used the SCP, correct?
As far as I know, that's correct. That's been their testimony.
And they've never used the SWPA.
DEC has never used the SWPA. DEP did, and of course, until they were acquired by DEC, and of course, Dominion still uses it.
In your arguments supporting your contention that the commission should reverse past precedent as to the SWPA, You cite to a number of past commission cases and precedent, do you not?
I do, yes, including their most recent, well, I'm sorry, that's not in the DEC case, sorry.
Did you cite to the last time that the SWPA issue was fully litigated in a Duke rate case, specifically docket number E2 sub 1023?
No, I was the witness in that case. That was a DEP case, and I testified and recommended that the DEP or Progress at the time maintain the use of the summer winter peak and average methodology, which they had had for a number of years prior to that. That was after the merger of Progress Energy and Duke Energy Carolinas. The company in their rate case requested that the commission approve the SCP methodology, and the commission agreed with the company in that case. So that did not support my position. So I did not cite that.
Okay, so that's why you didn't include that one in your testimony here in support of SWPA, because it contradicted your recommendation?
I think most witnesses include testimony that supports their position and not testimony that does not agree with their position in any case.
Understood. Chair Mitchell, at this time, I'd request that the commission take judicial notice of its order granting general rate increase in docket number E2 sub 1023 issued on May 30th, 2013.
All right, the commission will take judicial notice of its order issued in E2 sub 1023 as requested.
Thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, is it fair to say that the arguments that you use in this case to support the SWPA are substantially the same as those that you raised when you were a witness in the E2 sub 1023 case? Is that fair to say?
For the most part, I would also point out that since that time, and in particular in the most recent Dominion Energy case, E22 sub 562, which I think the commission has already taken notice of the order in that case, that Dominion advocated for the SWPA. The public staff supported that. The commission had significant language in that Dominion order stating that it found the SWPA to be a reasonable methodology, to be consistent with how Dominion plans and operates its system, and that a methodology that focused only on a single peak would not be appropriate for Dominion. I understand that Dominion is a separate company, but the logic that the commission used for justifying approval of the SWPA in the Dominion case is essentially the same logic I used in my testimony. And if you go and read Ms. Hager, Duke Witness Hager's rebuttal of me in the DEC case, she states that I described the planning process of DEC, the IRP process of how the company plans and operates its system correctly. She took no issue with that, and that is the same logic that the commission used for approving SWPA in the Dominion case.
Okay. Did the public staff challenge the commission's rejection of the SWPA in docket E2 sub 1023, whether by appeal or moving for a rehearing or requesting a reconsideration?
We did not at that time.
Okay. Has the public staff cited any quantifiable studies in support of its arguments for the SWPA in this case?
Quantifiable studies? No, I don't believe so. The peak and average methodology was certainly one of the methodologies included in the 1992 NARUC manual, among many, including the SCP that Duke uses. There are some new there's some new analysis and new discussion of methodologies that include that are not based solely on peak allocation in the Regulatory Assistance Project manual from January of this year, and that is one of the reasons we have asked for some of those studies to be included. In fact, that study is very critical of a single coincident peak allocation methodology.
And likewise, the public staff has not cited any quantifiable studies in support of its arguments that the minimum system method in this case should be reconsidered. Is that fair to say?
In this case, we have not cited any studies. I think, again, as we stated earlier, we've not stated that the minimum system is a methodology that gives you the absolute number. It is a number that gives you a maximum amount, and then there are other methodologies that set more of a minimum boundary on that, and with the understanding that perhaps the correct answer is somewhere in between.
And the public staff also has not provided any model runs or other predictive forecasting in support of the SWP method in this case, correct?
SWPA, no, that is part of the study that we're asking to be done.
Okay. You're not aware of any order allowing deferral accounting treatment that allocates cost on the front end before it's spent and before such time as the companies are coming back in to seek recovery of those costs, correct?
I am not personally aware of that. Later public staff, one of the accounting witnesses, Ms. Boswell or Mr. Manus, might be a good candidate to ask that. I don't believe the public staff has recommended that in this case. So certainly cost allocation usually takes place at the time of recovery of the cost.
Thank you. So, Mr. Floyd, I think these next ones are for you. Is it fair to say that some customers on the OPTV rate are served directly from the substation?
I don't know that personally, but I mean, either secondary, primary, or transmission.
So, assuming that there are indeed some customers on the OPTV rate that are served directly from the substation, would it be fair to say that those customers would not use a large portion, the majority of the company's distribution system?
If we're talking about the substation between transmission and primary, I think you're correct. They would be allocated transmission costs and substation costs, but at that point further down the line, so to speak, they would not be allocated those costs.
Because DEC's OPT rates have voltage designations, specifically OPT transmission, OPT primary, OPT secondary, the company does not allocate secondary distribution equipment to primary and transmission customers, correct?
I believe that's the case, yes.
And that's entirely appropriate, correct?
It is appropriate, and it again, this kind of illustrates the nature of OPT itself. I mean, it was a hotly debated rate schedule, and stakeholders came to agreement on the structure of itself. And that's why you see small, medium, and large levels of service under each the secondary, primary, and transmission levels of service. And it was an effort to recognize the point at which service was delivered to the customer on a voltage basis.
Okay. And you would agree, wouldn't you, that capacity shouldn't be built to serve non-firm load?
That's, I think literally, yes. Non-firm load, we might have to discuss what that means.
Well, what you tell me what you think non-firm load means.
Well, it when a customer primarily serves their own load and wants to be backstopped by the incumbent utility, that's one level. And then there's another level on a daily basis of whether or not they want service routinely over many hours. And then when there are load related issues that they get curtailed, that's another issue. That kind of describes the gambit of what non-firm might mean to individual customers.
Is it fair to say that your opposition to curtailable demand has nothing to do with rate design?
Explain your question a little bit more.
Well, I think you should just take the question at face value and answer it as you see fit.
I'm not sure how to answer the question. Curtailable load is typically outside of cost of service. It is, customers who have curtailable load receive credit for that load when the utility is calling that load be curtailed. Those are typically marginal types of cost and are not reflected in the embedded average cost of service. Not sure how else to respond to your question.
Well, but the removal of curtailable load is the correct thing to do, is it not?
It depends. The cost of service is predicated on system demand under a single coincident peak methodology. It's predicated on the actual demands at the time of the coincident peak. So it could be there at the time of peak and should be reflected in the cost of service. The ability to curtail is the customer decision to make, and then credits, marginal cost oriented credits are paid to the customer to be able to do that. But the company is still looking to serve that load on a routine basis.
Ms. Chris, if I could interject a little bit there, I think where the public staff has an issue with the removal of the interruptible load from a cost of service standpoint, we are opposed to that if it is going to allow certain customers to interrupt for just a few hours of the year and then avoid paying for plant that they are using and getting the benefit from over the vast majority of the other hours of the year. We believe that is totally inappropriate to be able to use the plant for 85 to 90% of the year and avoid paying for it, particularly production plant. As I will note, last week, Duke witness Immel, when he was being crossed on September 3rd by the Sierra Club, he stated that capacity has value in more hours than just the very peak hours of the year. That there's value in capacity or in production plant in all hours, and if customers are going to be allowed to avoid that while using that plant 85% of the rest of the year, that's simply not appropriate.
You would agree, though, that the company wouldn't agree to remove that load if it wasn't the right thing to do.
I would agree that there can be differences of opinion on that. Historically, we don't adjust loads in a cost of service study unless it is a known permanent change, such as a wholesale customer has left the utility system or a major industrial plant has left the system and we know that load won't be back, then we might make that type of adjustment in a cost of service study, but we don't make ad hoc adjustments in a cost of service study.
Okay. Mr. Floyd, in your first supplemental testimony and exhibits, you used a base rate increase of 126.7 million and an EDIT decrease of 272.6 million. Is that right?
I believe that was the incorrect exhibits.
Okay. So the corrected exhibits show what?
I believe the 126 million base revenue number is correct. The correction that I made was to the EDIT credit. Instead of reading 272 and change, it should read 343,000.
Okay, and in your second supplemental testimony and exhibits, you use a base rate increase of 290 million, which is obviously a $146 million approximate increase from the 126.7 million. Can you explain these different numbers?
You might get a better answer by asking Ms. Boswell. She's the accountant witness. My numbers of base revenue and EDIT credits derive from her exhibits, and that's one reason that we file. The public staff typically wants to file along with its accounting schedules the impact the revenue assignment would have on the classes. But my numbers simply come from her exhibit.
Okay. In your original testimony and exhibits, I believe pages 8 to 9, and I'll let you get there.
You said the original direct?
That's correct.
Okay. Page 8?
Page 8 and 9, yes, sir.
Okay.
You state that in a rate reduction case, no class should receive an increase in order to bring other classes to the 10% band. Your SCP exhibit seems to show residential and OPT customers getting increases in order to bring other customers within this quote band.
This is that decrease is when we look at an overall revenue decrease. So if Ms. Boswell's exhibit were to show a negative base revenue number, not a positive number, then I would say that we don't want any class to see a decrease at the expense of trying to resolve other rate design issues that cause significant increases to other classes. That's the reason for that statement.
Did you include that rate reduction language in your first and second supplemental testimony and exhibits?
I don't believe so. The rate design the rate design principles were looking at an increase in that in both situations.
And so that's the reason that the rate reduction language was left out of your second and first supplemental?
Yes, it was not material.
Okay. In your supplemental testimony, you said you were using per book studies and adjusting those, but you don't show, do you, the adjustments that you made or how you reached those adjustments or those numbers?
Yes, I have a somewhat convoluted spreadsheet that takes into account all of the public staff's adjustments, whether rate base, expense, or otherwise. And what I try to do is to look at the impact from again the base revenue change on the NC retail level, and then I look at what impacts that has to each class. I do not have the capability of making individual changes to individual expenses within the cost of service. What I try to do is look at the overall rate base change, the overall net income change, the expense change, and then determine the changes in the allocation factors across the board that would be impacted by our recommendations on those items. And I pass that along to what the public staff ends up proposing in terms of a proposed revenue requirement, a proposed rate base, a proposed level of expense. And that's how I end up where I end up with the calculations. So my exhibits have a very convoluted spreadsheet behind them.
But we just don't get the benefit of seeing that spreadsheet.
You can see it anytime you want.
Can I come down there to the DOCS building? Okay. So you say that you use per book studies, but in your second supplemental testimony, it does not say what type of studies you used. Is that correct?
I use the same per books level of allocation, and under each method, the single coincident, summer coincident peak, winter, and the peak and average. The what I've learned over the years is that I look at the allocations of the rate base, expense, net income across the cost of service, and they don't materially change between the per books, the present annualized, which is the 45B cost of service, the proposed rates, which is the 45C. They don't change materially over the three views, and so I just stick with the per books. Again, this is a high level analysis of applying the public staff's recommended revenue and requirement and rate base.
Okay, and I think this is my last question. The commission has in the past, on a number of occasions, considered lifeline rates and each time has rejected implementing those rates. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm not aware that the commission has considered lifeline rates in the context of electric utility service. There's certainly precedent for it in telephone service, but I did not find during my study where that occurred in electric utility service.
Mr. McLawhorn, would you add anything to that?
I am not aware of the commission's consideration of lifeline rates for electric service either, at least not during my tenure with the public staff.
Okay, that's everything I have. Thank you.
All right, at this point, we are going to take an afternoon break. We will go off the record. We'll come back on at 10 after 3, 3:10.
Commissioner Hughes, can you please turn off your video? Thank you.
All right, let's go back on the record. North Carolina Justice Center, Mr. Neal, do you have questions for the panel?
Chair Mitchell, this is David Neal. I have just a few. Good
All right,
afternoon.
proceed.
Chair Mitchell, this is Kurt Bain with Harris Teeter. I think that, I'm not sure that if you've got my cross on here, I think I was next on the list. I just wanted to make sure you had it.
That is correct. I'm happy to defer to Mr. Boehm.
All right, I am just seeing the updated information. Mr. Boehm, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, Mr. Floyd.
Good afternoon.
And I think that all of my questions are directed towards you. And all of my questions will be about your second supplemental testimony that you filed earlier this week.
Okay.
Now, in your second supplemental testimony, when you prepared that, you obviously reviewed the settlement agreement signed by DEC and Harris Teeter, which was filed with the commission on May 28th. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you have that settlement agreement, the Harris Teeter settlement agreement, in front of you?
Stand by. I have the version of the one with the commercial group, and as I believe they're pretty identical.
I think that's probably the case. We can probably work with that if you don't have if you don't have the Harris Teeter one.
I just made the one copy.
Okay. Hopefully there's not a big inconsistency in the way that they're numbered, but I think that you're correct that the content is generally the same. Now, on page 9 of your second supplemental testimony, you are asked whether you agree with all the terms of the Harris Teeter commercial group and SIGFR settlements, and you respond no. The public staff does not agree with all the terms at this time. It is premature and counterproductive to begin redesigning rates and the terms of service under specific rate schedules without having a full understanding of the rationale for the change and the impact on other rate schedules and revenues. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Now, when the Harris Teeter settlement, and I understand you have a perhaps slightly different settlement in front of you, it contains really just two paragraphs, paragraphs 2 and 3, that address rate design. Is that right?
It does, and I've got a copy of that, and they are both identical to Harris Teeter and the commercial group in terms of reference, I believe.
Thank you. So there's paragraph 2, which essentially states that the parties agree that any grid improvement plan costs allocated to OPTV customers shall be recovered via OPTV demand charges. And that addresses rate design, correct?
It does.
And then paragraph 3, which I think you discussed a little bit with Mr. Jenkins earlier, which essentially sets the off-peak energy charge at 3.0222 cents per kWh, and then it makes sort of corresponding adjustments to some of the other charges in OPT DSS. Is that correct?
It does.
And then all the other paragraphs in the settlement are, waiver of each other's witnesses and things that don't really involve rate design. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, going back to the statement that you made on page 9 of your second supplemental testimony, you say that public staff does not agree with the Harris Teeter settlement and that it's premature to begin redesigning rates without having a full understanding of the rationale for the change and the impact on other rate schedules and revenues. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think I've been fairly clear with my cautionary approach to anything changing rate design.
Now, I just want to kind of focus in on this statement that without having a full understanding of the impact on other rate schedules and revenues. Would you agree that the rate design changes agreed to by Harris Teeter and DEC that they do not impact any customers taking service on any other rate schedule other than OPT VSS?
I would agree with you literally that that's true. And let me explain what I mean is that you are only changing the small secondary off-peak energy rate, consistent with, I think, with what Mr. Pirro said earlier, was not an across-the-board type of change. But the issue that I have with anything changing in terms of rate design now is that I really don't have a good sense of what impacts that could have to the other rate elements within the OPT small secondary. And I also don't understand or have a full understanding of what that would do in terms of shifting revenue responsibility, cost causation from one class of OPT customer to another, or interclass between OPT and the other customer classes. And that's why I'm cautious. Anything rate design at this moment is based on insufficient data, insufficient analysis, as indicated by the company. Now, I know Mr. Pirro said something earlier this week about it being more aligned with cost causation, and I take him at his word. I don't think the public staff has any literal fundamental concern with the 3 cents off-peak energy rate. However, because I don't know of the other things that it could do to the revenue picture for OPT and the revenue picture with the other OPT versus the other classes, I am suggesting and recommending that the commission take a very cautious approach to this.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And just to follow up, going back to your statement on page 9, you say that that you don't have a full understanding of the impact on other rate schedules, which you just addressed. And then the other part is revenues, which I assume that you meant revenues, how much revenue DEC collects from each customer. Is that what you mean by revenues?
No. What I'm talking about is in terms of what I call subclasses of the OPT, and there's, I believe, 10 subclasses. But how does it impact the return on rate base? That's how we measure cost causation. How does it affect interclass OPT and then interclass with the other non-OPT classes? I don't have a full picture of that, and because I don't have a full picture, I take a cautious approach.
Sticking with the same statement on page 9, you also state that we don't have a full understanding of the rationale for the change. Is that correct?
I did not until this week. The oral testimony that was provided by Mr. Pirro shed some light on how that rate was established. I don't remember the exact timing of it, but I did not have that at the time that this testimony was filed.
Did you review the direct testimony of Harris Teeter witness Mr. Bieber when you prepared your second supplemental testimony?
No.
So you did not review Mr. Bieber's testimony which contains approximately 10 pages questions and answers explaining that DEC's proposed rate for the OPT secondary under recovers the demand related charges while over recovering the energy related charges relative to the underlying cost per DEC's own cost of service study?
I reviewed it in the context of the direct testimony. I did not go back and try to review his testimony in terms of how that applied to the settlement terms we're talking about.
Okay. So
if you'll tell me which testimony or which page of his testimony you're speaking of, I'll pull it.
sure. So as I said, Mr. Bieber's testimony has about 10 pages on this issue and the rationale for his proposal to make a change like this. But I would direct you to page 12 of his testimony.
You said page 12.
Yes.
Okay.
There. So do you see the table marked JDB3 on page 12?
I do.
And the off-peak energy charge in that table, which is the last column. And here, Mr. Bieber, he compares the DEC proposed off-peak energy charge of about 3.2 cents to Kroger's proposed off-peak energy charge of about 2.9 cents. You see that?
I see it, yes.
And would you agree that the settlement that was agreed to by Harris Teeter and DEC falls sort of right in the middle of these two bookends?
Yes, I would agree to that. But again, I don't really have a basis for how these rates were determined, and I don't recall any analysis. I certainly didn't review any analysis in terms of the second supplemental.
Thank you. You stated in your testimony, and I think you discussed this with earlier today, that staff would like to see the commission order a comprehensive rate design and cost of service study. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there any reason why the commission couldn't approve the Harris Teeter and DEC settlement and then also order a comprehensive rate design and cost of service study? They're not mutually exclusive, are they?
They're not mutually exclusive, nor are they mutually inclusive. And that's kind of a funny way to say that, but what I'm trying to avoid with my recommendations with this comprehensive rate study is that I have learned over the 13, 14 years of looking at these rate cases that once something gets established, it is extremely difficult to break it apart. And that's certainly obvious in this case when you see the level of feedback that I've gotten on my recommendation of a study. What I don't want to happen is, first of all, we're using stale data to decide rates and rate design that could serve future utilities service. And that may or may not be a good idea. I just simply cannot give you an answer to that question now. What I want to be able to do is to take the use of load research that's predicated on the advanced metering infrastructure, learn how different groups of customers, maybe individual customers at some point, or how they're using energy and how they are imposing cost on the system. And whether it is a off-peak energy rate or whether it's something else, I don't want to constrain the ability to study any of these going forward. And I believe I'm correct in saying that Mr. Pirro committed to looking at this rate and all the other rates, OPT, and everything else in the study itself. I think the company agreed with my position for a comprehensive study to do that. So again, I don't want to belabor the point, but anything we do, small or large, to rate design now is just putting an obstacle in the way of doing it on a more comprehensive basis.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Getting back to paragraph 2 of the Harris-Teeter stipulation, this is the paragraph that states that the signatories agree that any grid improvement plan costs allocated to OPTV customers shall be recovered via OPTV demand charges. Yes. I wasn't clear from your second supplemental testimony. Do you oppose this paragraph?
At this point, I would say yes, I do oppose it, and I'll tell you why. It kind of follows along the same lines as what I just spoke of. We do not, the public staff has never advocated that any particular rate element, and that's what I call basic customer charges, demand charges, and energy charges in whatever shape, matter, or form they take. These are rate elements. I don't believe the public staff has ever advocated that a particular rate element recover particular types of cost that go along with that rate element. And I'll say a demand rate to recover demand cost. We've never advocated for that because the rate design has to work together in such that all the rate elements work cohesively to produce the revenues that the company expects from customers on a particular schedule. That's why I've discussed the issue of fixed cost recovery. I've discussed the issue of demand or customer or energy related costs. What this does, in my mind, is take a very literal understanding of cost of service, cost causation, and a literal approach to rate design. And I think we all need to be careful what we ask for in terms of literally assigning a specific cost to being recovered literally from a specific rate element. And that's, again, the cautious approach that I'm asking to take.
Would you agree that grid improvement costs are largely or maybe even entirely demand related or customer related?
They are distribution and transmission system related. There are elements of demand related and customer related classifications of cost for both.
But they're not energy related.
There's some debate about that. They could be. With the grid improvement, as I understand what's going on, is that it's not entirely driven by demand. Some of what's going on could be construed to be energy related. We don't typically allocate costs for distribution and transmission on energy, but because of the plans for grid improvement, I think that needs to be discussed. And the public staff witness, McLawhorn, has his testimony, I believe it's him, it may have been Mr. Thomas, who talked about the benefits-oriented allocation process that needs to be looked at in terms of grid improvement. I don't know what that would have as far as impact on OPT demand charges or anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, next up, Mr. Neal, Justice Center.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jack Floyd and Mr. McLaughlin. I think I'm going to start with you, Mr. McLaughlin. First, just a quick question. Earlier on Cross this afternoon, I believe I heard you say, this is, I think, nearly a quote, "Nobody has recommended that a change be made to cost allocation methodology in this case." Did I mishear you, or is that what you said earlier today?
I did say that. I was speaking in terms of both the recommendation for a study to look at different cost allocation methodologies, as well as the grid improvement plan, how those costs are potentially allocated. Now, I probably should clarify, certainly in my original direct testimony, the public staff recommended use of the SWPA cost allocation methodology, whereas Duke had recommended SCP. But in the second stipulation that we signed with Duke, we agreed to stipulate for this case only to use the SCP, and Duke agreed to participate with the public staff and other interested parties in looking at various other cost allocation procedures. So that was what I meant in my answer, that no one is recommending to change cost allocation in this case at this time.
And Mr. McLaughlin, have you read the testimony of Jonathan Wallach that was sponsored by my clients in this case?
I have, but I have not read it recently. I can pull that up if you want to ask me a particular question about it.
I'll just ask generally. I don't think you need to pull up. Do you recall that he recommended that the commission order the company to stop using the minimum system method in its cost allocation study?
I will accept that, subject to check.
And do you recall that he also recommended that the commission reject the company's use of the non-coincident peak demand allocator to allocate distribution costs in its cost of service study?
Yes, I do recall that.
And let's see, you also had some discussion about the minimum system method report from the public staff, which I believe has been previously admitted as DEC Giro-Hager Redirect Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Just to clarify one thing, I think I heard you say, within the minimum system method report, it's the public staff's position that the minimum system method could be used for setting the maximum allowable basic facilities charge, and then the basic customer method would be the methodology for setting the minimum. Is that the public staff's position?
Yes, I believe both Mr. Floyd and I have both agreed with that.
Okay, I think I heard you say earlier today that the zero intercept would be the minimum. I just wanted to clear that you meant the basic customer method.
Yes, I should have gone back and checked. But yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
And there was also some discussion about the fair way to allocate costs for those customers who accept service from the transmission lines. Were you able to hear the testimony of Duke witness Ms. Hager last week?
Yes.
Do you recall a question I had for her about whether or not the company utilizes a minimum transmission system analysis in order to create a hypothetical transmission minimum size grid that would then make part of the transmission system customer allocated as a customer charge?
Yes, I remember that.
And it's your recollection that the company does not do that. Is that right?
I do not believe they do, no.
Okay. All right, Mr. Floyd, if I could turn your attention to the that same public staff minimum system method report, the DEC Hager Pierrot Redirect Exhibit 1. If you turn to page 16 for me.
Okay.
If you look at the bottom of the page, I believe you were asked a question about this last sentence on the page, after our review, the public staff believes. Do you see that sentence?
I do.
And that is a footnote 25. Could you read footnote 25?
The position of the public staff in any future rate case is dependent upon on the application filed in that case. The public staff reserves the right to develop a new or different position concerning the MSM in any future proceeding before the commission.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chair Mitchell.
All right, Mr. Neal, next up, NCSEA.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Peter Ledford, NCSEA does not have any questions for this panel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ledford. All right, Mr. Culley with Vote Solar.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. No questions.
All right. And last, my notes indicate that Duke has crossed for the panel.
Yes, Chair Mitchell. Molly Jagannathan here on behalf of Duke. Mr. McClawhorn, if I could just start with you. I believe you cleared this up a bit with Mr. Neal, but I just wanted to clarify. Well, first of all, just to orient us, when we talk about using the minimum system method, we're talking about classification of distribution costs. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the public staff has not opposed the company's use of minimum system for allocating distribution costs in this case, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And when we talk about summer coincident peak and summer winter peak and average and winter coincident peak, we're talking about allocating production and transmission demand related costs. Isn't that right?
Yes, those methodologies don't impact the allocation of other types of plant, just production and transmission.
Okay, thank you. Is it your understanding that the company is required to file cost of service studies using winter coincident peak, summer coincident peak, and summer winter peak and average?
Yes, that's correct.
And you indicated earlier that in the second partial settlement with the company, the public staff agreed for purposes of this rate case to accept the company's proposal to allocate cost of service based on summer coincident peak. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to you, Mr. Floyd. With your second supplemental testimony, you filed schedules using winter coincident peak, summer coincident peak, and summer winter peak and average. Isn't that right?
I did.
Okay, and that was just because the company initially filed those three methodologies, but not because you're advocating something other than summer coincident peak in this case.
That's part of the answer. It's also somewhat of a standard practice for the public staff to represent to the commission what the impact of revenue assignment would be under the multiple methodologies that are part of the case.
Okay, thank you. You'd agree with me that between the settlement with the public staff and the settlement with SIGFR, the company has agreed to perform and consider no less than seven different cost of service studies prior to the next general rate case. Isn't that right?
We'll be busy, yes.
And you'd agree with me that the public staff's and company's agreement to use summer coincident peak in this rate case has no impact on the ability for the public staff, the company, and other parties to study new and different cost of service methodologies, right?
That is my understanding, and I would object if we did limit it to just one.
I figured you might. And then I just have a question from your second supplemental testimony. You state that you oppose the provision of the settlement with SIGFR in which the company agreed to remove curtailable load from allocation factors in its next rate case. Isn't that right?
Yes, I did.
And I think in that testimony, you indicate that you supported a similar adjustment for Dominion previously, but you explain that your different views in that case are justified because of the different allocation methodologies that Dominion uses versus what the company currently uses. Is that right?
That is part of it, but there's a factual difference between this case and the sub 479 E22 sub 479 Dominion case. Dominion actually used part of their interruptible demand response resources during the winter peak, and if we didn't make the adjustment in that case, there would have been a slight distortion in the peak component of the summer winter peak and average calculation. That did not happen in the Duke case. Duke Carolinas did not use their curtailable load or demand side management resources at either the winter or the summer peak in the test year for this case.
Okay, but is it fair to say that you don't know whether they will use those resources in the test year in a future rate case, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we could have another polar vortex or something in the summer.
But Ms. Jagannathan, if I can interject, I agree with everything that Mr. Floyd said, but even if the company did interrupt the load in a future test year at one of the peaks, as long as the company relies on a cost of service methodology that only focuses on a single or two, if it were to go to a two coincident peak and not contain an average component, the public staff would still oppose the adjustment because it would allow certain customers, as I said earlier, I believe in cross from Ms. Kress, that it would allow certain customers to avoid paying for production and possibly transmission plant that they are using the vast majority of the other hours of the year. That's not the case with the Dominion cost allocation methodology.
Okay, thank you. And so would it be fair to say that it would depend on what cost allocation methodology the company proposes in its next rate case as to what the public staff's position would be on this issue?
Cost allocation methodology and whether the company actually utilized the interruptible and demand side management resources. It would be a combination of those two factors.
I agree.
Okay, thank you both. And Mr. Floyd, I just have one more question for you. Just circling back to the minimum system method. I think you indicated that the public staff kind of said that it was reasonable to use minimum system method to kind of establish the maximum bound for a fixed or a basic facilities charge, right?
That's correct.
And even though the company uses the minimum system method, it doesn't use that maximum amount when setting its fixed or basic facilities charge, right?
That is true. It has been my experience in the half a dozen cases I've looked at that the company has never used the maximum that was determined through the minimum system approach in their cost of service.
Okay, thank you. And it's your understanding, right, that the company has not proposed any increase to the basic facilities charge in this case, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
All right, redirect for the panel.
No redirect.
All right, questions by commissioners, beginning with Commissioner Brown Bland.
I have no questions.
All right, Commissioner Gray.
No questions.
Commissioner Clodfelter.
Yes, thank you. I have just a couple. Mr. McLawhorn, Ms. Hager says that when the public staff advocates for the summer winter peak and average method, it fails to follow its argument to its logical conclusions. And it's interesting to me that a couple of the witnesses for some of the interveners use almost identical language. They say almost identically the same thing word for word. Would you respond to that criticism of the public staff's position? Do you agree with it? And if not, why not?
I do not agree with it. I'm sure you're not surprised to hear that answer, and I will be happy to respond to it. This is not a new argument by certain parties. I believe the argument has fallacies to it. I, with all due respect to Ms. Hager, and I have tremendous respect for her, I've known her for a long time, I believe this argument is somewhat of a straw man argument. The way the system is built, and I've discussed this at length in my testimony, it's been discussed in many other cases, is based on a consideration of both peak demand and energy requirements of the customers it's going to serve. That is what the IRP process does when it is determining the appropriate mix of production plant resources to build. That's how you get the most efficient and most cost-effective system for all of the company's customers, not just some of the company's customers. Once the system is built, of course, it has to be operated. And I have referred to, if I can refer you to my pre-filed testimony, there is a chart on page 25 that is a load duration curve, and it represents both demands and the percent of hours when the demand is there from the 0 point in time to 8,760 hours, although it represents it in percentages. This load duration curve perfectly demonstrates what I just described from a planning standpoint. It clearly shows that some plant is there to serve peak load, and some plant is there to serve a base load that's there in all hours, and in between there's plant that serves a combination of peak and energy. Those plants are dispatched on a least cost basis. That dispatch produces the lowest cost overall fuel cost. The reason I said that I believe Ms. Hager's argument is somewhat of a straw man argument, she seems to imply, and other interveners seem to imply, that if you use the summer, winter, peak, and average methodology, then you must allocate the production plant to individual customers, meaning that high load factor customers receive all of their energy in all hours from the lowest fuel cost plants. That is not an appropriate way to look at it. The fuel occurs on an hourly basis, not in a horizontal production plant type of strip. If we didn't look at it that way, then we wouldn't have the lowest overall cost for fuel. So I do not agree with that argument. I believe that that is not the correct way to look at it. And I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my explanation.
I think the record's pretty clear from your answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Floyd, a question. I'll start it with you, Mr. Floyd, but if Mr. McLaughlin wants to jump in, that's fine too. I've listened to Mr. Pirro and Mr. Huber and to you last week, and now to both you and Mr. McLaughlin today, and I'm still struggling a little bit to understand the scope of what will be looked at in the comprehensive study. And I want to start the question with you because I think in response to a question from Mr. Jenkins earlier, you said that cost of service and rate design are, I wrote it down, inextricably linked. And so what I'm trying to get clear on is how far into cost of service issues are we going to be going in this comprehensive rate design study? I don't have a real good sense right now of the scope to which that study is going to go into cost of service issues. Can the two of you talk to me about that and give me greater clarity?
That you can't do one without the other. That's the 2-second answer. You cannot do one without the other. And I would even argue you could get 2 people in a room and come up with a dozen different ways of which one comes first. And I think Mr. Jenkins hit on my frustrations over the years of dealing with rate cases and rate issues, rate design issues, pretty well. You change the rate design, you make customers more aware of what they're doing in terms of how they use the system. You will change the cost of service, because I guarantee you the load curve is going to change. That's one approach. The other approach is just the reverse. You do something in the cost of service, look at a particular methodology, and you stick to that methodology for the first part of it, and you don't consider the other ones and the impacts of how demand, energy, and customer-related costs impact one another, then you will inform your rate design a certain way. You're going to get a certain response. There's a reason that I use the word comprehensive. I call this modern era of rate cases since 2006-07. We are in a place kind of like we were in the late 60s, early 70s, when the utilities were building big dollar generation facilities, and they were trying to go out and push and increase load because they needed it for these investments. But we're talking billions of dollars of costs today in terms of grid improvement, what I call the greening of energy, and then coal ash. All of these things are weighing on customers, the low, medium, and high income customers. And I find it tough to accept future utility service based on old data and being told that I've got to do it the way I've been doing it for the last 50 years. Because I don't believe the next 50 years, when I'm not here, it's going to look a lot like it has looked in the last 50 years. And we have to be careful to not impact the most vulnerable customers who have to use the system by doing all of this study and coming up with something that looks a lot different than it does today. And that's why I'm cautious. I'm cautious about using old data. I'm an engineer. I like to learn how things work. Well, I got to start learning by looking at data and then seeing what is the data telling me. And that's one reason that the staff has supported AMI, because it gives us the glimpse that we've never had. We could have had it in the last 50 years, but it cost a fortune to do. It's not as costly today on a unit basis going forward. We've got AMI data. The company has started looking at how that data is impacting load shapes. Load shapes drive cost of service. Cost of service is going to drive rate design. But those load shapes change their character based on the rates people pay. And here's something else to keep in mind. Mr. Ayers reminded me of this the other day, is that most customers are pretty satisfied with the electric utility service they have. They don't want a whole lot of manipulation. They don't want a whole lot of sophistication. They want to keep things fairly simple. And that's something we as regulators and at the company need to keep in mind. There are people out there that do want different types of electric utility services, whether it's electric vehicles or solar panels or things like that. But there are a healthy crop of customers who just want to be left alone. And we need to figure out a way to do both. And that's why a comprehensive study starting from scratch is important.
Well, thank you for your answer. I think you know my view about doing things the way they've always been done just because that's the way they've always been done. I think you know my views on that subject.
I think
So,
we agree.
But I want you to take me the next step on this. If we get, because I'm really looking for assistance on how we go forward here, and not take another 50 years to get through this comprehensive study. So if everything's up for grabs from, as you say, from scratch, how are we going to avoid getting into that kind of swamp where it takes us another 50 years and we still may not have a new roadmap? What kind of guardrails, what kind of parameters does the public staff recommend that the commission establish in order to make sure this is not just a free-for-all?
I'm not sure I have a good answer for that question yet, but I'll try to answer it this way.
I mean to interrupt you because I'm not looking really today to get your top of the head answer. I'm putting the question out there because I think if the commission majority at the end of hearing all of the evidence decides that the suggestion the company has made and that the public staff has made, and I haven't really heard a lot of opposition to in principle, is a good one of a comprehensive study, I think we're probably going to need some assistance on developing the parameters. I call them guardrails, the sort of the directions the study needs to focus on, and the prioritization of topics. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're really wasting everyone's time if we don't do that. So I don't expect you to answer today, but I want the question out there because I think the commission may need to come back to the parties and ask for some answers on that.
Let me give a couple of quick responses to that. Is that my testimony outlines some very basic principles, and there's a reason you don't see a lot of meat on those bones, is because I think a lot of folks would have a lot of different ways to interpret those half a dozen or so principles. But rate design, I don't think the commission should take this as a static endeavor. This is something that future commissions are going to have to constantly deal with in every rate case, because if we think about it, just in the last 10 to 13 years we've been looking at rate cases, how service has changed in terms of in use of electricity, the efficiency of use, the proliferation of distributed generation, where storage is staring us in the face going forward. These are formidable things that are impacting utility service, but I don't think the commission, if you're thinking you have to put as we say in church, a stake in the ground behind the barn, and that's it. I don't think that's what we're suggesting. We need to start with a framework of where do we want rates to go in the future? What do we want rates to accomplish? There may be some existing rate schedules that are perfectly fine. I'm not willing to throw everything out just because I want a new study. There may be some justification for keeping what we have. But my point with a comprehensive study is that we have adjusted rates on an across-the-board percentage increase basis for so long that I think we've lost the integrity of the actual rate structure itself. And that's why we need to study it. It cannot happen overnight. It needs to involve a bunch of stakeholders, and there's going to be a lot of argument. And there's certainly the high potential for disagreement. I'm sure the parties, if they disagree with something that Duke comes up with, is going to argue about it. But at the same time, it took us 2 years roughly to get a consolidated OPT class. I use that as it's a great example. And the parties literally had to be forced to the table by the commission. And we ended up sitting down, having conversations about it, and we developed a load-based time of use, non-residential schedule. And I'm using that. I'm expecting the parties to do the same thing with everything else. Rate design. So, thank you.
And Commissioner Clodfelder, if I could just follow on to that, it very well may be that after this study, we have a rate design and we say, you know, Eureka, this is the greatest thing. Why didn't we think of this 25 years ago? This is absolutely the way we need to charge ahead. But when we look at implementing it, as I said earlier on Quarls, there may be some issues where by moving to that rate design, it causes some significant cost shifts or cost. And in this case, I'm talking about bill cost, the bill cost to the customer, that we can't go all the way in one step. It would be unreasonable to the customer to do that. We may have to use gradualism to implement the design and get there. I'm not predetermining that it will. I'm just saying that is a very distinct possibility, and we all need to keep that in mind and not be afraid to take this step because we're so concerned that we won't like the outcome that we refuse to even look at it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I could spend a lot of time, and we don't have a lot more time this afternoon, asking you a lot of detailed questions about some of the things that the various interveners have asked you about. It wouldn't be very productive. I'm not going to do it. Thank you for your time.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today. I'm going to pass on asking any questions.
All right, Commissioner Hughes.
This will probably make Commissioner Clodfelder even more concerned, but about as far as the timeliness of this study. But when I read some of the descriptions of the affordability stakeholder process, I have a hard time seeing where the relationship to that is and this comprehensive rate study. And it seems like they have so much overlap. Are they parallel? Are they together? And does that just make it even longer, more complicated study? If someone could just comment briefly on that. I see the testimony, particularly of Mr. DeMay, has a lot of rate design in what he's calling affordability issues. So if you could just quickly comment on that, and quickly.
Yeah, Mr. Hughes, I mentioned a little bit the other day in the consolidated hearing that that I don't think you can separate the two issues. At the end of the day, what we need to try to start with is developing rates based on cost causation, and let's look at a purely cost-based rate design suite of rates, and then the commission can start to evaluate the different policies of what affordability conjures up in terms of what types of discounts or what types of programs we want to provide, and then how to pay for it, and let that fit into the rate design study. I don't see them as separate issues. I see them, they have to almost be done together. But at the end of the day, I think if we are going to ask the customers of Duke Energy, Duke Progress, Duke Carolinas, and to help fund things that are not so easily fundable in terms of utility service. We're shifting costs from one group of customers to another. We need to be as transparent as possible in what that cost shift is going to be. And that's one reason why I want to try to take as close to a cost causation approach to this rate design. And then let's look at the different policies that the commission and future commissions might adopt, and how those policies fit into and affect the rates that customers are going to be asked to pay.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Commissioner McKissick.
Just one or two quick questions. And I'd certainly like to thank the panel for the testimony you provided today, and Mr. Floyd, the testimony you provided previously. I know I asked a number of questions and relating to your thoughts concerning these issues, and I certainly understand the inextricable linkages between rate design and cost of service, and trying to come up with the right policies that kind of wed them along with the cost causation theory and the practicalities of implementing it systematically. I guess the thing I'm trying to understand, assuming we go down this path, I always like to think that there are other places that have visited this same territory previously, other jurisdictions that have at least attempted to modernize this all, because obviously it needs modernization. But can you all identify places or jurisdictions that have either attempted it successfully or unsuccessfully, or where they went so far but didn't get to the next 2 or 3 levels? Is there anything you can share?
On a comprehensive basis, I'm not aware of anything, but there are certainly jurisdictions that have addressed issues of low income customers.
Sure.
And one of my exhibits in my direct testimony has a list of those. Mr. Howitt, the Justice Center witness, provided some good examples of what that would look like across the country. There are other, I think what you're going to find is a lot of policy, individual policy driven rate design questions that get answered. And I go and think, California is always a good example to look at in terms of things to promote certain policies. They want to use rate design to do that. I mean, they have a time of use, somewhat mandatory time of use structure there for customers. I'm not sure, we need to go there in North Carolina, but that's something that's a policy driven type of rate design. Short of getting something from the General Assembly that says, Commission, thou shalt do X, it's tough to answer your question. What I envision, and this may, my limited capacity to think forward, what I envision is a comprehensive study involving all the parties that put everything on the table. But at the end of the day, it is Duke Energy who has the responsibility to provide utility service, and we agree with the rates that provide them sufficient revenues to earn a return. And how they do that, we hold them accountable in lots of ways, and we chastise them when we see that accountability strained. But at the same time, we also ask customers to pay their bills and to pay fair and equitable, just and reasonable rates, ever how you want to describe them. And my point all along has been the structure that we have. If you hear anything out of my testimony, the structure that we have today is based on traditional cost of service, rate design, and ultimately utility service. we are not facing that traditional paradigm going forward. We need to start looking at cost of service, cost causation in terms of what we expect to happen with the utility system going forward, whether that's electric vehicles, whether that's microgrids, whether that's storage, distributed generation. All of those have cost implications. And at the end of the day, like I said earlier to Mr. Clodfelter, is that that the most vulnerable customers are the ones that we need to watch out for the most. And you know, the public staff is going to be very involved in this effort should the commission order it. And we're going to have a lot of debate about it with the other parties and Duke Energy. It is a big issue for the public staff going forward, and we hope the commission gives some guidance, but also gives the parties some latitude to have an open debate. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the thing I would simply follow up with is this. I mean, just thinking out loud, would the commission, before even a stakeholder process generate input, at least be well advised perhaps to articulate goals, aspirational goals as to what types of policy should be thoughtfully reflected upon and considered as things that we want to see embodied in a new rate design and structure, you know, and of course try to set up some timeline. And when I say that, aspirational dates and targets where certain goals and objectives might be obtained, feedback is provided through stakeholders with some type of timeline for eventually getting where we need to be in advance of the next rate case. I mean, you know, and I'm just trying to think, I don't want to see something established that first is an exercise in futility, secondly, which potentially breaks down without any significant change of past policies in terms of what we're trying to modernize. And then thirdly, where we don't get there quite quick enough and we get caught in the quicksand along the way. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I definitely think you need to establish a time frame for this work. That's for sure. The parties, I mean, we could talk ad nauseum about these issues, but in order, I think, if you're going, in my mind, if you're going to expect and impose a time frame, I think the commission needs to give some goals, some objectives that we expect you to undertake X, Y, and Z, and to show us what you accomplished by a certain period of time. Again, this is my perspective on behalf of the public staff of what we expect this study to look like. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that there may be disagreement at the end of the day, and we need to be prepared for it. But maybe I can give you an example of something. You know, I've been in the electric division or energy division now for a little over 15 years. I started out in the water division, and before that I worked for DEC's predecessor, environmental management. And I have done rate design in water and electric, and there's a lot of similarity. But we need to, I'm trying to be conscious of it. The Duke and Dominion come to the public staff routinely when they have a new rate proposal. That's happened in the last multiple times in the last 13, 14 years of my experience. We discuss those proposals. Some of them are totally new services and rates that go along with it. But we look at those, we analyze it, we issue discovery on it, and we try to reach consensus amongst ourselves and the utilities. And then they file these things. We get them on your agenda and recommend approval. That type of process is kind of a miniature version of what I'm talking about. And I believe that that may provide a good example going forward for a bigger study. I'm starting to repeat myself, I know, but I want to make clear that this is a wide open study, and the commission, in addition to a time frame, I think I think all the parties really are looking to you to give us kind of some marching orders. Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick, if I could, I would agree pretty much with everything Mr. Floyd said. And I do think it would be beneficial for the commission to give guidance, both in terms of what specific policies you would like to see incorporated in this rate design study, as well as put some timeline parameters around it. I'm sure the commission is well aware the parties will come back and ask for additional time if we need it. But I believe it's better to do that than for the commission to just say, just go out and do this study and let us know when you're finished with it. We need parameters to keep everybody focused. So I certainly would encourage the commission to do that as well. So I agree with what Mr. Floyd said.
Thank you both for your input and perspective. I certainly hope that the commission in its deliberations will give serious thought and reflection to the testimony the two of you and many others have provided during the course of this hearing, and that there will be an opportunity to provide that guidance, that structure, those timelines, those policies. It's inevitable that there will be disagreements along the way. There may be unintended outcomes that might perhaps result. Things may not work out necessarily as one might anticipate theoretically as a part of the exercise, but you won't know it unless you try to collaborate and come up with something that will work. And I am optimistic that, this will be in the near term, and that perhaps North Carolina can provide some national guidance in terms of what can be done in other jurisdictions as a model for reevaluating the way this works in a new environment, and to modernize it the same way they're modernizing the grid, the same way they're modernizing the way you generate electricity, the same way you're looking at distributed energy resources and how they're all tying together, and the way people can use and consume electricity with the new meters that are available, the knowledge and exchange and transfer of information through enhanced technology. There's tremendous potential, and I hope that potential will be realized. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Yes, actually, I have a follow-up question. With respect to the timeline, what would the public staff recommend? When should the stakeholder process end before the next rate case begins?
My testimony shed a little bit of light on that. I think Duke needs to try to accomplish this before its next rate case, but certainly not limited to waiting for the next rate case.
I would agree. That has certainly been our goal, Commissioner Duffley. Of course, we don't know when the next rate case will be filed, and this case, when we made our original recommendation, we had all thought these cases would have been over long before now. So I certainly still hope and believe we can get this done before the next rate case. But, you know, if the next rate case occurs in 6 months, then that might not be possible, but we'll just have to see.
Right, but let's assume that there's 3 years between these rate cases. We can all dream, right? But would you want the stakeholder process to end 6 months before the actual hearing, or 6 months before the filing of the next rate case if we had time?
Well, certainly Duke would need time to incorporate any of the recommendations into their filing. So that, I don't know if 6 months is the ideal time, but it would need to be some period of time prior to the filing of the case that they were going to incorporate it in. So that's, I would want to hear feedback from Duke on that. They have to put the case together. So.
Okay.
But they definitely would need some time.
And I would add, Commissioner Duffley, I actually don't see this rate stakeholder process ending. I think it's going to be an ongoing thing. I think it's either Commissioner Clodfelter or one of the intervening attorneys. This is an ongoing process, and as future commissions, I think, are going to have to deal with how utility service is changing, and policies may change, and those kinds of things. So hopefully, if we can get a good stakeholder process going in terms of rate design and cost of service, we can that can endure well beyond the next rate case.
Okay, thank you both.
Anything further, Commissioner Duffley? All right, questions on commissioners' questions? Any questions from the public staff on commissioners' questions?
No questions.
All right, Mr. McLawhorn, Mr. Floyd, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I'll entertain motions.
Yes, Chair, I move that McLawhorn direct exhibits 1 and 2 that have been marked for identification as McLawhorn DEC direct exhibits 1 and 2 be entered and copied into the record in the DEC rate case dockets. And I move that Floyd direct exhibits 1 through 4, Floyd corrected first supplemental exhibits 1 through 4, and Floyd second supplemental exhibits 1 through 4 that have been marked for identification as Floyd DEC direct exhibits 1 through 4, Floyd DEC corrected first supplemental exhibits 1 through 4, and Floyd DEC second supplemental exhibits 1 through 4 be entered and copied into the record in the DEC rate case dockets.
All right, Ms. Edmondson, hearing no objection to your motion, it will be allowed.
Thank you.
All right, any additional motions? All right, with that, gentlemen, you may step down. And we have come to the end of our day. We will go on the record in the morning at 8:30, and we will begin with the Garrett Moore panel unless Ms. Downey, there is a reason we will not be doing that.
Chair Mitchell, I believe that Mr. O'Donnell is now available, and Mr. Page has asked if he could be heard out of turn, and we don't have an objection to that, depending upon what the commission would like to do.
All right, well then let's, I'm not hearing objections from any other party. Let's begin with Mr. O'Donnell in the morning at 8:30, and then we will proceed with public staff's witnesses in the order they appear on this witness list, which would be Garrett and Moore next. All right,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Downey.
All right, Mr. Page. All right, we are in recess until 8:30.
Commissioner Hughes, can you turn off your video, please? Thank you.